6 into 3 clearly won't go, and that's the equation to be solved on this Sunday night in Leicester as we complete our lineup for the final day of the Premier League. Sanjin Pelovanovic, the 21-year-old from Bosnia and Herzegovina, led the table into the weekend and at the start of today's play. And because he beat Skylar Woodward, he's still top, despite falling to Alex Pagulayan in a clash of the pool generations. The world champion is lurking right behind. 2 wins for the total loss of just 3 racks so far today for second-placed Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Sunday has also been good for Jason Shaw, who followed victory over Pagulayan with another against a very out-of-sorts Albin Ocean. Three defeats from 3 so far today mean Ocean can't now advance, the only player who goes into tonight's action already out of the tournament. Conrad Yusashin occupies the last qualifying spot, sandwiched between Naoki Oi and Woo Kun Lin, and a strong finish to the afternoon for Shane Van Boning means last year's world champion isn't gone yet. Only the current top 3, Pelovanovic, Sanchez Ruiz and Shaw, are certain to make it to tomorrow. Alex Pagulayan can miss out on the final 6 if a lot of things go against him, but a win in his 1 remaining match can remove any doubt. Ocean, the only player certain to be eliminated this evening, and that means we'll have a first-time winner of this title. And here's what we have to look forward to. Skylar Woodward has been fighting a rearguard action to make it through to the last day, just as he did successfully last year. He's first and second up on table 2. Pagulayan, as I was saying, has only 1 match to go. If he wins that, it removes any doubt and he won't be depending on other results. Naoki Oi and Woo Kun Lin are either side of the qualification line, with Yusashin sandwiched between them, as I was saying. And what a story it would be if Shane Van Boning was to make it. He plays the last 2 matches of this phase on table 2. And on table 1, we'll see the leader, Pelovanovic, playing the first 2 matches of the evening. He takes on Oi, who isn't through yet, and then Sanchez Ruiz, who is. Then it's a clash of players who are both guaranteed to feature in tomorrow's play, FSR and Jason Shaw. Conrad Yusashin against Skylar Woodward could turn out to be the pivotal match in the race to get through. Yusashin will then stay on to play the eliminated Ocean, who then rounds off his Premier League campaign for this year against the world number 1. Jeremy Jones alongside me, and JJ, the big story of the day for me so far, Shane Van Boning, who looked to be absolutely out of things, has played his way back into the running.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw him a few minutes ago and he said, I'm still in it, and he looked a lot more cheery, you might say, about things, getting a little relaxed time upstairs before he gets in action. Probably good. He doesn't sweat it too much, just goes in there and plays his best pool and see what happens. It
was great to see him upstairs. Actually, he came in to where we were sitting and said, I'm still in it. And when he was told, yes, you're definitely still in with a chance, he had that excitement, which is great to see for someone who's achieved so much in the game, that he's determined to give it his best this evening and be one of those 6 who make it to the final day. Well, we know at least one of these players will be Sanjin Pelovanovic, who's been setting the pace for most of this tournament. Hasn't quite kept up the same winning ratio over stage 2 as he had in the first 5 days, but that was always going to be hard to do, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. He was on a blistering pace that I don't think anyone could really keep up with, continue through all these days of play and all these great players. Like other sports, you face a team or you beat them once, they always say it's hard to beat them again, especially in the same season now or in the same event. And these players, some of them are going to be playing 3, maybe 4 times this week. Huge match here for Oi, though, and we'll see how he responds after winning the lag. A nice opening shot, very natural position. He's got to worry a little bit about that upper right-hand corner here, coming 2 rails. Looks like that's going to do nicely.
Yeah, as you were saying there, these guys could play each other as many as 4 times. That will happen in some cases by the time this tournament's over. So these 2 have already met once. On Thursday, when Pelovanovic won 5-1, starting a run of 5 straight wins, which secured first place in the final table of Phase 1. 13 wins out of 15, equaling the mark set by Joshua Filler in our first year using this format last year.
Yeah, in Phase 1, a lot of things got settled a little early in the final day, and that's not the case here in Phase 2, and we kind of expected that, I think.
Well, I know last year it was extremely tight, so tight in fact in Phase 2 that all 6 of the players who advanced were either on 15 or 16. There was literally 1 point, i.e. 1 win, covering 1st to 6th. Now over on table 2, this is Skylar Woodward closing in on taking the opening rack against Jason Shaw. Woodward on 11 at the moment. 1 outside qualifying spot, the last qualifying spot of 6th. 12 wins. As I was saying, Woodward has to play Konrad Huseshin, who's in that 6th place at the moment, a little later this evening, and that could turn out to be the most significant match of this whole tournament so far.
Naoki wins the rack.
So nice break and run in the opening rack for Naoki Oi.
Thank you.
He starts the night in 5th place on 13. And he's still got 3 matches to play, so you consider the top 3 are guaranteed to get through. Pagalion, as we say, needs a lot of things to go against him. It's a race behind after that, and Oi is out in front in the race to be the 2 best of the rest, I suppose, which is what you've got to be to join those 4 in the next phase.
And Skylar Woodward
second
out to a
rack.
1-0 lead,
Sonja
but does have his
Ivanovic
hands
break.
full. I think
Trailing by 1 rack.
the most impressive session I've seen yet this event, put on by Jason Shaw this afternoon. Absolutely flawless. Had 1 kiss, unlucky kiss, where he actually had a golden break, but got kissed in with the cue ball. Other than that, it was just spectacular pull. And I'll tell you, I think maybe if Marcel's at the table, maybe both players may have gotten a warning after the first 2 breaks. That one was pretty light, and I think Oi's was pretty close as well.
Skylar Woodward was calling for Oi to pulled up for that when they met yesterday. Spoke to Woodward about it today, though, and he says it's all fine. There's no personal problem there, and Oi wasn't in any way upset about Skylar making those comments.
Nice shot there, making sure he doesn't pocket the 2 behind the 6. Nice light speed. And in sports, you know, the adrenaline gets going, and most of the players don't take things personal, you know, as they go out. You know, in matches, stuff happens. And even more so, I think, in a situation like this where, you know, it's easier for one player to look ahead and say, I'm in a good spot, and another player to be a little frustrated at the week. And these players have been around each other now some 8-9 days, and really the entire year.
Oi has made it to the last day of this tournament before. Was the Championship League then. It was played under a different format, but we do really regard it as the same event. There were 7 players in the final day in that inaugural staging in Milton Keynes 2 years ago, and Ocean so nearly found himself derailed by Oi. Ocean, as we've said, winner of this tournament in both years so far. He only edged out Oi on a racks countback after they were level on wins for a place in the semi-finals.
And the superstar from Japan coming out very solid. Start a very important evening session. Well, at the moment, it's the most important. We'll see what happens with this match, Michael, but good, decent little chance that Sanjin may lose his lead, right, going into the final 6.
Nuko wins
Yeah, he's
the
only
rock.
one clear of Sanchez, Ruiz and Shaw at the moment. But if Naoki Oi keeps playing like this for the evening, there'll be no doubts whatsoever about his progress to the next stage. Perfection so far, picking up off the dry break from Pelovanovic to claim a 2-0 lead. Skylar Woodward over on the other table is also 2-0 in front now against Jason Shaw. The 3 matches for Oi tonight. He'll play Woo Kun Lin later. That could also be a huge one.
Third rock.
Both players looking to claim their places in that final
Leading
6.
by 2 rocks to 0.
Even after that, he plays Shane Van Boning. A really good finish to the afternoon. Good finish to tonight as well. He may yet make it to the final day. 2-0 to Oi.
Yeah, a bit more speed there, and cue ball got back to the end rail, making, I think, 2 balls on the break. And that Dushishin match later on with Skylar. We'll see how Skylar fares in this opener. He needs that one, that's for sure. But it not only may come back down to a big match, it may come down to where Skylar needs to win on a certain score line, right? Or maybe not needs to, but figures to anyways. Now here he's just got to clip the 2 and use the 3 ball. Coming off his right side of the 2, it looks like, and just edging it and going to the side rail and then down to the bottom rail. It looks pretty natural to me. I don't think, is he really contemplating or considering some type of action on the 9? Big moment to maybe swing at something a little loose. Oh no, this seems like it's going to hit 5 and end up short. Oh, he went for, yeah. I was talking about this earlier with a couple shots that Alex Pagulayan played that were kind of two-way-ish kind of shots, and what you're going to figure out with the crowd you got to beat these days is that kind of just isn't going to get it. Like here, he's drawing the cue ball back, hoping this works out, that works out, maybe makes the 9. Just hard to bet on a lot of maybes trying to beat the crowds that play professional pool or professional 9-ball. Little body movement there, not normally seen from Sanjin.
Down on the shot for a very long time before pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I commented, I forget who it was earlier I was talking to, probably Skylar, maybe Skylar and Jason. But I find with Sanjin, sometimes he's down on the ball a really long time, and then sometimes not that long, and there's a lot in between that as well. So, and a lot of times I'll see some real compact strokes, and then he'll open it up quite a bit at other times. So you don't usually see that much variance from the top players.
Down on the shot that long, I guess it just gives stress and anxiety time to build in your head, and they were present for that shot anyway because of the nature of it.
Yeah, now a whiff on the kick.
Far shot. Bow in hand.
No pressure here on Sanjin, other than
Start the clock.
maybe possibly losing a lead he's had pretty much the entire event. I think maybe Conrad had the lead the first day, but other than that, it's been all Sanjin at the top of the table.
Yeah, he is through. We said that really, didn't we, at the end of phase 1? He would have had to have an absolute shocker over the weekend not to get through. It is. He's only won 3 of his matches. The 7 he's played so far in this phase. Figure he could do with finding at least one more win this evening to put himself in good shape to make the semi-finals tomorrow.
What was that? For this week, right? When you get to the final 6, you're playing the cream of the crop for this week, the players that are playing the best. So no guarantees really to make that semifinal. I mean, Maybe, he got 2 matches tonight, I think. Maybe 3. He has 2. But he wins them both, he puts himself in a great position. But if he splits them or loses both of them, I think it's gambling from there.
Very close, as I was saying, between all 6 going into the final day last year. It's going to be quite similar this time, you would think, looking at it at the moment. And that means nobody can coast through the round-robin stage tomorrow. Everyone's going to have to play well on that to get a semi-final place. That would certainly be how it looks right now. Well, he did have that 1 miss earlier in this rack, but other than that, everything going to plan for Naoki Oi so far on this Sunday night at the Morningside. He leads Sanjin Pelovanovic, the table topper, by 3 racks to 0.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
If Naoki Oi can win 2 of his 3 matches tonight, he'll definitely be here for the final day of Premier League pool. Even 1 win might well be enough. He's firmly on course to get it here. He leads Sanjin Pelovanovic 3-0.
Better break than his first. He's got a cross-side bank on the 2 that he'll certainly attack on. I think the 3 did open up. 4's a little funny. Maybe the 4 slides by the 8. He doesn't seem too worried about what type of position he gets on the 3.
All sorts of players have the chance to be the story of this final night. I was saying earlier, the story of the day so far for me has been Shane Van Boning, who looked to be heading out, looked to be done with this tournament, but is now right back in with a chance if he can continue to play well tonight. But in terms of story of the week, well, ultimately that's basically going to be whoever wins it. But at the moment, so far, it's been Pelovanovic. Would have been hard-pressed to find anyone who would have thought he'd still be top of the table this late in the week. But he didn't get there by playing shots like that, JJ.
Yeah, and that's been the theme for him today, is missing some very uncharacteristic balls. Now, maybe that was a little tighter going by the 8, but he didn't seem too stressed prior to the shot. And Oi's been handed one, kind of gifted one here.
Jeremy, I was just going to say his facial expression suggests he's pretty stressed about it now. been a bit more expectation on him, quite clearly, coming into the weekend than there was at the start of the tournament. Remember, he lost his first match of the first phase, so going into Saturday, he'd won 13 of his last 14 matches, and he would have been very keen to rely that he was good enough to be in that sort of position. Disastrous weekend by any means. Look at the matches he's lost. A couple of them were hill finishes. But can't let the head drop. He's got to remind himself he's put himself in this position by right, on merit, with the way he's played. Get back to playing that way. Every player is having their ups and downs throughout this lengthy format.
Yeah, but the one thing is, it becomes so mental, because he certainly didn't win 13 out of 14, missing, you know, fairly routine shots, and I've seen about 4 of them today. 2 7-balls earlier. I think it was a 6-ball, and now that 5-ball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why he's got to remind himself that he's played better than that earlier in the week, and that's what he needs to get back to. But he may not have much more opportunity to do it in this match. He looks to be closing in on a very swift arrival
Extension
at the hill.
And Skylar Woodward and Jason Shaw playing a very good match, but Skylar missed an opening 1-ball in game number 6 here to most likely take a 4-2 lead. And for Skylar, not only winning, but winning all those games from, you know, in good position, right? By many games as possible. It's going to serve him well if he advances.
Bad miss on the 4 from Pelovanovic. That's his last involvement in the 4th rack. Naoki Oi leads 1-0. Now over on 2, Jason Shaw has got himself hooked on the 6. He looks to draw level with Skylar Woodward, who, as you say, did have the chance earlier to get to 4-2.
Yeah, and he'll have another chance here. And I'm curious, after a miss there, how he plays this 6-ball. And if you're feeling good or if it's necessary. He's so good, though. Love to see him just kind of lightly stun this out and take the shot on the 7. Now he's going to go forward, so he's feeling good about it. Much more missable ball this way. And he got a little quick with the stroke there.
Break on the hill.
Rack's difference may very well be a factor. Oi could do his a world of good by wrapping it up here.
And he's got a shot to do so. Got to really produce some position on the pink 4, making the 1 and 2 on the break. And I tell you, he's made the corner ball so often this week with that heavy side spin. And he's going to see if he can come some 3 rails towards that right side pocket to play the pink in the lower left. I don't think it's going to check the way he thinks with that kind of speed. I think the ball will hook a little bit, especially with his technique. His technique is a little punchier at times. That's not the right way to say it. Should come short of the side, I'm guessing. Oh, he got past the side. Very nice. Exactly as he planned.
Neither player has had a shutout in this direction this week. Pelovanovic did win a match 5-0, but he's not lost 5-0 at any stage. At least 2 racks in every match, even the ones he didn't win. And Oi hasn't handed out a 5-0 defeat to anyone. In fact, he's lost at least 2 racks in every match. So breaking a pattern for both of them if it was to finish here. This is just dream stuff for Oi, because it would take him on to 14 wins and it would double his racks difference, plus 10. Be very, very significant in a couple of hours from now.
Interesting, he came all that way with the cue ball for the side. He could have drew back and had the upper left corner. He could have come out of the corner with the cue ball and had the upper right as well. Now Skylar Woodward getting a little punished here in game number 7 after making a couple mistakes to get up 4-2. It looks like a break and run for Eagle Eye.
Woodward missing the chance for 4-2, so it's 3-all now, and Shaw chance to lead 4-3. I believe he was 3-1 down in that match earlier on. Could be a real blow to Woodward then. Looked like he was going to make a good start to the evening, and he may yet. He's going to have to win the last 2 racks there. Well, this looks to be over. No doubt about it. This is the low point of Pelovanović's week. He's to lose 5-0. So Oy will now actually move up to 4th in the table, and he's getting to a stage now where an awful lot would have to go wrong for him from here on in to miss out. Well, a far cry from last year when he didn't perform at the Premier League. Finished 4th bottom in the table. A long way short, really.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it, but my first guess is with his win here, if Skylar loses, I think Oy's in.
Joe wins the match.
We'll continue to do the maths, crunch the numbers, but the number that matters here is 5-0. Now Yuki Oy has whitewashed the group leader, Sanyin Pelovanović.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Naoki Oi came into this last night of Phase 2 knowing 2 wins from his 3 remaining matches would absolutely guarantee his place in the final day of Premier League. And he's got the first of those wins in the most emphatic manner. He's beaten the league leader Sanyin Pelovanovic by 5 racks to 0. He may have done enough already. What we can definitely say is he's on the brink. He's got 2 more matches to go. Win either of them, or both, will get through. He's talking to Jeremy Jones.
Good shooting, Oi, and a pretty stressful evening here.
Yeah.
But a great start.
Yeah, today evening is a very good start. But why every day no good play? This week 1, 2, 3, 4, day 7 now? Yeah, 7 evening, fast, good feeling. So wrong. Yeah, why? Every time mistakes and confused break, very difficult rules, and the opponent very high, and many tired, super tired, and confused. Why? But today evening, come back.
Yeah, well, we're not 100% you're through, but they got you 1 step closer. Any thoughts going into your next match?
Yeah, next match is very important, and maybe 1 more win, more 2 win, and the next tomorrow final day I wanna go final day play, and maybe please big victory win.
Yeah,
maybe
well,
big chance.
Like always, we're always pulling for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jay.
So Naoki Oi, the brink of going through. There you can see Jason Shaw and Skylar Woodward are level at 4-all. And Woodward is at the table, over on table 2, in the deciding rack, 2 balls away from victory. Yeah, and it looks as though Woodward is going to win that one, so we'll look at the implications of that in a moment. Woodward will be playing Conrad Yusashin, who isn't through yet either, later on table 1. Yusashin will then stay on to play Albin Ocean, who in turn will play Sanchez Ruiz. Ocean, though, the one player who is now certain to be eliminated at this phase. Skylar Woodward has won in the last few moments by 5 racks to 4. We'll examine the implications of that, as I was saying, in a few moments' time. But first, it's top of the table clash between Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Sanyin Pelovanovic. And I guess Sanyin has really just got to put that out of his mind now, Jeremy. That was a pretty poor performance, really, and obviously Oi played well, but disappointing for Pelovanovic, and he's got to now respond quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can take this a few different ways. You know, I think he'll try and leave it behind. I know he's upset about the last match, but this is a guy you're probably going to have to beat to win this title, or many titles here in the next few years. So I'd like to see him rebound nicely.
I think you should better luck again. It's very close.
Well, this doesn't happen very often.
She's effectively calling a dead heat.
Yeah, dead heat is about, I don't know what the true odds would be on a dead heat for a lag, but it would be something astronomical.
Ivanovic was the luck.
It's easy for these two to have a few jokes while some of the other players are,
The first rack.
you know, not kidding so much.
They're
Ivanovic
swinging
break.
on the table. These two both already through to the next stage. This is probably good for Ivanovic, having a bit of a laugh and a joke and take out some of the tension and frustration of that earlier match. I mean, there's no way it can ever be an absolute dead heat, because even if it's only a millionth of an inch, but how do you measure it without there being some sort of device? Anyway, Ivanovic has got the nod at the second attempt, and he breaks in the first.
Yeah, and he's going to have to overcome a few things, some mistakes he's made, and maybe a few situations. And of course, the best player in the world the last 15, 16 months or so. And I think really the speed of the break, that one I wouldn't question as much, but I still think he breaks them better when he unloads a little bit more, like most of the players.
Well, there's a reason that these guys like Van Bonen are always looking for more and more force in the break, because it's a good thing. So you're absolutely right, it doesn't do you any favors to hold back on it.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, like other sports, they say don't steer it, right? You just, everything holds form a little bit better when you're not kind of guiding the cue a little bit. This has got to go tremendously though, and that's a little bit of a bad sign as far as maybe a little nerves, missing his mark by some piece. Not sure we're going to see Ruiz really attack with the purple 5 there, really cutting off the path of the cue ball. I think it's more about moving the 2 into position near the 3, 9, and 8. Maybe trying to hold the ball behind the 7 or maybe behind the 5. And we talked about the break shot. You know, Ruiz probably breaking better than anyone the last year or so, and it's been some other things as well. I think is the sound decisions. Of course, being clutch in the moment is probably the biggest one of them all. But between the years, he's been just about as good as anyone. This should be a pretty light kick overall. A lot of balls to get behind. Now Ruiz, he's going to be stretched, but there is a kiss shot here on the 3 where he can bank the 2 around, and the cue ball should run off the 3 by the 8. I'm sure that's what he's sizing up now. Looking at maybe the long rail bank. We'll see if he goes lefty. If he goes lefty here, I'm almost 100% he'll play the 3. I don't know if he can reach it righty. All right, behind the back, excuse me. So he's definitely going to play the 3. It's sitting pretty nice to be able to get the 2 and the cue ball out to the center-ish of the table. Shouldn't be too light of a speed here, actually. And the 2, it's going to need a little gap between the 7 and 5 to get a pocket. That didn't come about, so another safety soon.
Sanchez Ruiz wins this match. He will replace Ivanovic at the top of the table. They would be level on matches 1. FSR has a significant advantage on the racks difference, so victory here puts him in first place.
He's played 2 less matches?
Yeah, well, this is the last match for Ivanovic.
Right.
Sanchez Ruiz would still have 2 more to go after this.
Yeah, so probably a huge match to not be too far behind, or what is a possibility of too far behind for Sanjin. And again, a little light with the stroke. Not saying it was going to get safe with more speed. It just looked like it needed more speed. I think Ruiz is going to attack here again. Nice containing safety. Maybe not. Maybe the 4 does go by. He's going to draw the cue ball. Now cue ball wants to run naturally since he's a little thin. Maybe doesn't want to play a soft spin, just a nice high ball coming some 3 rails around the purple. And it looked a little thick the entire way. And probably watching Ruiz so much, it got a little short with the backswing that time. A little abnormal from what I'm used to seeing from him. You could tell a little movement on the body. He didn't like it right as he struck the cue ball.
Extension code.
I think I don't know, it's close. Maybe he can come 3 rails around the 8. Maybe he's not too thin to where he can draw the ball by the 9. I think it's got to be a top English, actually, the more I look at it. So this is all speed control. I think the path is there. Oh, he's going to try and draw by the 9. Catches the 9, could have problems. Okay, a nice shot and a very good decision. Very well recognized as well. If he overhits that, the draw doesn't take very much or quick enough, and he goes into the 9 and really dresses up a very difficult shot on the 7.
Anian Pelovanovic didn't win a single rack in his first match of the night. One at the first attempt in this one. He leads Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 1-0. Over on table 2, Skylar Woodward straight back into action. Saying to him when he joined us in the booth earlier that it could work to his advantage, having 3 matches to play, pretty much one after the other this evening. That he's the sort of player who, if he was to win the first, get a bit of momentum behind him, it could be a very good evening for him. Well, the signs are he's heading in that direction at the moment. Beat Jason Shaw 5-4 just a few minutes ago. He's looked pretty sharp in taking the opening rack against Alex Pagulayan. And that's Pagulayan's last match. We know if he wins it, he will definitely be through.
Francisco Sanchez race to break.
Loses it.
Trailing by 1 rack
It's
to
all
nil.
going to depend on what happens in the other matches. Not this one, though, because these 2 guys are both through. In fact, they're the top 2 in the table. FSR is 1-0 down.
And I think probably our first real pressure match in phase 2, the one for Alex Pagulayan. Now, Skylar, every match is pressure. So, but as far as like a unique pressure, his last match, if he loses it, he's got to sit anxiously and wait and see what unfolds with the other players. He would certainly rather take care of business himself.
Yeah, and if Pagulayan loses that, rack's difference, the best it could possibly be would be +5. So if he ends up with other players getting to 14 and him in a tie-break situation, he'd be likely to lose out to them. So that's got to be borne in mind as well.
Yeah, he's had a great break off in game 2, and of course they're all fans of all these players, but Alex and Skylar both have a lot of fans if you want to watch that. So that's Matching Multisport YouTube channel. Little rail first here. Good speed control. Looks like a 5-8 combo, excuse me. It's gonna put some speed on the 5 coming off the 8, so he's gonna have to figure out how he wants to produce a shot on the 5 after the combo's made. Looks like he's got something in mind, and maybe he can just hit a high ball here. Let the cue ball and the 5 just kind of float to the bottom rail. Thing is, these balls could act a little funny. See him taking a little more time than usual.
Extension code.
I think it kind of sits to where the 5 might have a little more movement than maybe we anticipate. Like maybe even might get a hair of a double kiss with the cue ball on the 5. I don't think so, but okay, hit it really light. Didn't gather much angle here, so he's probably going to play the 6 up in the upper left.
The rack of Sanchez Ruiz doing what Sanchez Ruiz has been doing for over a year. So efficient, such a high standard of play throughout that time, never gone through a slump in all that period. That's why he's number 1 in the world.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack.
Short-term level, it's why he's drawn level with Sanjin Pelovanovic at 1-all. Alex Pagulayan on table 2 is looking to draw level with Skylar Woodward. Remember, if Pagulayan wins this, he's through. If he loses it, could be a nervy hour or 2 ahead for the Canadian. Win this second rack, so 1-all on both tables.
Alex Pagulayan wins the rack.
The third rack, Sanjin Pelovanovic to break. 1 rack each.
Fantastic, isn't it, Jeremy? We're well in now to the evening session. The last day. Still only know 3 of the 6 who are going through to the final day.
Yeah, I was looking at the rack differential on our group table chart, and we haven't even spoke much of Wu Kun Lin, and he's certainly still in the mix and not far behind Conrad when it comes to the rack differential.
Well, he's got 2 matches to play tonight, Wu, and the second of those is against Shane Van Boning, which is the last match on table 2. That's another one that could end up being a virtual eliminator.
And so often in other sports we talk about spoilers when it comes to certain things, and wouldn't doubt that that situation comes up tonight. Somebody that's not necessarily in the mix and kind of ruins the late evening for another player. Break and run would be a little more stress-free. Had to battle for that first game. And then a break and run from Ruiz right back at you. So got to zigzag the cue ball here, I believe, between the 6-8 off of a couple cushions. Key to this shot is don't let up. That way you get the line on the cue ball. Nice stroke there, very confident.
I was talking to him earlier today about the event that's coming up next weekend in his home country, Bosnia Open in Visoko. Starts next Saturday, and he was saying it's only 15 minutes away from where he lives. It's in the pool room where he does his work and his practice. First of 4 world ranking events, minimum, at Balkan Tour this year. Another in the same venue in July, and then 2 more in Serbia and Slovenia in the autumn. I believe Niels Fine is on the entry list for the tournament in Bosnia next week.
Yeah, Niels has made a little bit of noise in some of the bigger events, getting down to the final 16, final 32, and for one reason or another getting beat in those stages. But I don't know if he'll win another major, and I know he wants that U.S. Open that has eluded him. But I kind of feel like he'll make an even deeper run here soon in one of those big events. This game looked pretty sharp to me in Poland.
Yeah, I know he was absolutely devastated to get knocked out there because he was really starting to fancy the job. And I think all the things you mentioned there are the reasons why he's probably not in the running to replace Alex Lely as Mosconi Cup captain. Seems absolutely made for the job, but he's still at a point where he will have ambitions of playing, not just in that, but in all the big events, and he wants to focus on that for now. Well, Sanjin Pelivanovic won the opener, and he's also won that. His first break and run of the contest. He leads FSR 2-1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
On the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Everyone's got the counting beads out. Some players maybe the rosary beads.
Trailing by
trying to stake a claim for one of the remaining places to be secured on the final day of Premier League. Top 6 go through. Only 3 guaranteed. These are 2 of them. FSR 2-1 down.
Well, good kiss on the 2 at least to let him see it. Didn't really give up anything offensive, I don't think, anyways. It's been very good when it comes to the tactical side of the game. And looks like he's going to bank the 2 and I think use more of the 3 ball to get the snooker if he plays it straight back down. Don't think he can easily hold behind the 5. Could bank it away kind of like in between the 5-3 and kind of slide over using the 6 and the 8 as well. I think it comes straight down the table between them. Now that's the shot I thought he would shoot right there. He's so good at that from distance, that light stun, and still controls the speed of everything so well. This was a little more devastating safety. Alex Pagaline to a 2-1 lead in a huge match for both those gentlemen.
Word.
Back shot. Bow in hand.
It looks like maybe the one area he needs to improve on. I've seen a lot of one rail kicks from Sanjin this week, missed at times. You know, when the ball's near the rail, pretty easy to gauge, but when it's out, you know, in space, that's when it becomes much more difficult. Why he's shooting the 2 in that direction? Certainly can't be considering a 2-9 combo. I don't understand that. the 3 to the 4 is not that difficult with ball in hand. I think the 3 passes the 5. Then the 5 and 6 are near each other. A little work from the 7, 8 to the 9, but it's a little surprising to me. Yeah, I was going to say, unless the 3 doesn't pass the 5 or something like that, but with ball in hand, you're usually going to find the path, especially as savvy as this guy is. I end up a little short. Just a little look to the gods there. We'll see a little power from that stroke. That's high ball maybe, I don't know. One of the prettiest shots in pool. All the way to get very straight in.
Woodward has just had a disappointing miss on the 3. The chance to level at 2 apiece against Alex Pagulayan. Obviously keeping a very close eye on that. Such a big match. The race to get through to Monday.
Yeah, he had a miss in the last game as well. Alex didn't get the safety he wanted. He'll pull this with low right, back where he's standing, a couple rails towards the 7. Be aggressive here. Go at it with a good speed.
Oh, we've seen this movie before. Sanchez Ruiz gets ball in hand. Opponent might as well get comfy in the chair. Second time.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack.
Main draws level. It's 2 each. The table. Line up the 3. I think he can get through to pot it. Jeremy, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's just a bad situation on the pink 4, I think, is the problem.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go all that way to kind of trap himself, paint himself into a corner. Skylar, after a missed safety from Alex, went for a cross-side bank, excuse me, and a rare miss on a bank from Sky.
Rack 5. Senja Peklevanovic to break. 2 racks each.
Power stroke from Alex, trying to draw the ball. Caught the point. So we're going to see Skylar back to the table. I think anyways, I don't think the 4 is really playable from there. And Sanjin back to break the balls in game 5. A little more speed there, and I think that's where he's broke the balls the best all week, when he has had a little more speed on it. Don't know if he has a pocket here. Well, he's snookered behind the pink anyways. Maybe the smaller pocket's going to help him make the push out a little easier.
Push out code.
And the only thing I could think by that push out, that it is only a portion of the pocket that the 2 is available for by the 8. You ball going away from the 3 a little bit, but if it's an open pocket, you got to think that Ruiz is going to attack.
From table 2 is that Skylar Woodward just needs a fairly straightforward 8 and 9 to make it 2 each against Alex Pagulayan.
Now it looks like he's going to bank this back down between the 8 and 9. The 2 ball, go off the side rail, try to get to the middle of the end rail maybe. There's no kiss there, so as long as you get the 2 solid, should be okay.
Job done for Woodward, as you'll have seen there on the right of your screen.
And this is where you don't figure to get the snooker. That's kind of a bonus. Just make sure the speed's good with the cue ball and the 2. He caught it too thick. He may get an accidental snooker. Doesn't seem the case. And like right there, for instance, oh, he did get a little fortunate. He pulled the trigger pretty quick when he was down on the ball, much different than earlier.
Well, you were saying that when there was that shot where he seemed to be down for all eternity, that you never know what way it's going to go with him. Other times he's pretty quick, and there's a lot of in between as well.
You know, I always tell people that good players are so good, and great players are so great, because they do so many of the same things each shot. Of course, shots vary, but be amazed from, you know, if you took 5 or 6 different little sections of what's going on in each shot, how similar the first 3, 4, 5 are with the best players in the world. Look how good this is. This was definitely intended to try and get some separation, and a great shot with the short cue. Touche is what Sam said. Beauty can't be. I know the 6-8 got tied up, but he's got to be pretty happy. Got a shot on the 3 and a chance to do more damage. Wanted to get a little straighter there, Michael, where he could push forward and get a natural angle on the purple 5 to go into maybe the bottom rail and open up the 6-8, maybe straight into it. That's not going to get there.
No guarantee things will be the same this year, but you look back to 2022 Premier League, and 17 was the mark at the end of Monday's round robin stage to get through to the semi-finals. If Pelovanovic wins this match, he'll be on 17.
Well, you got to figure it's going to be hovering around there, right? So if he wins this one, gets to play 5 matches. I mean, he's got to like his chances to get to that semifinal stage.
Very well. Needing to win one of them. Pretty much certain to be in the semis.
Looking at a 2-rail escape coming across the purple 5, maybe getting a little action on the 9 with the 6-8 tied up. The hit's important.
Update on the other table, Skylar Woodward continuing his excellent start to the evening. He's already had 1 win over Jason Shaw. Now he's 3-2 in front against Alex Pagulayan. talk earlier about positivity and momentum that we had with him. Came into the booth for a little while. It's carrying through in how he's performing this evening. And that match that he has later against Konrad Yusashin just looks bigger and bigger all the time.
Going for the bank and the breakout. Just barely misses the 8. Does have a kick and stick kind of option off the short rail. Just narrowly went by this 8 ball. And that was always touchy because if he contacts the 6, goes into that, could scratch. So he had to hit the black 8 to really,
Extension
in
code.
a safe manner, open those balls. He's going to kick here with top English. Easy for this cue ball to come up a little bit, but should get the 6 to the side rail. Oh, he's doing it lightly. Nice shot. And I'll tell you, he gets 2 rails here and comes across it right. He's got a lot of chances to get behind the 9 or the 7 and possibly make this. Boy, he'd like to have more speed on that.
Does take this rack, Jeremy. There haven't been many racks we've seen any player win this week where they've had to battle so hard for it. Endless succession of conundrums.
Well, a lot of times when you have a player that is, you know, we can say has been dominating really, as Ruiz has, that's going to be the case a lot of times. You know, they're dominating for reasons. They battle it out when they're in a bad spot. You know, they know all the shots. So if you're not breaking and running, Ruiz is going to make it difficult to win games.
Battle very hard to take this 5th rack. By doing so, disappears. He'll be 1 ahead for the 3rd time in the contest. Is indeed 3-2 Sanjin Pelovanovic. It's 3-2 to Skylar Woodward on the other table against Alex Pagulayan, but the diminutive Canadian is a few balls away perhaps from levelling up there. He can. Just 2 racks away from getting the win he needs to copper fasten his place in Monday's grand finale of the Premier League.
Rack 6, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break, trailing by 3 racks to 2.
Watch out, 9-ball. Ooh, the 2 got right in the way.
I think it was heading for the pocket, wasn't it?
It looked pretty good. Saw it come off that side rail. It looked pretty good. He may go at it here with the 4, 5, 6. Kind of jumbled up in the corner. Yeah, that was.
Well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe it needed a little kiss from the 2 ball.
Not.
Yeah, you'd have to hit this with some speed to make the 9, maybe. Yeah. And that's why I say you need a little more speed, like a little more bounce effect off the 3, unless you wanted to draw off of it. And even though Ruiz still has 2 matches left after this match, he knows that he's in a good spot to advance, but there's players right behind him. So if he was to lose this match, you think about trying to make that Final Four and having a little cushion to get to that position, like you might say Ruiz or Pelovanovic have. Jason Shaw's there, Oi's there, Pagulayan, if he pulls this match out, is right behind him.
Should say, I mentioned earlier that 17 was the mark last year at the end of the round robin section on Monday to get through to the semi-finals, but not every player on 17 got through, so Jason Shaw
extension code
made it in 4th place on 17. Got in on Rack's difference, so I guess really the target you have to be looking at then is 18. So a win for Pelovanovic here would leave him 1 short of that before Monday's play starts.
Skylar Woodward in a good spot. He's got to make a really good shot on the 3, but big favorite to make it. And the balls are laying nice. Tough combination here.
Nine threatened to go into this side pocket a couple of times early on in this rack. Now it finally has been safely deposited there. So for the 3rd time, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz draws level, 3 each.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Plenty of drama going on all around them. Surely more to be served up later in this final evening of Phase 2 in the Premier League. But Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Sanyin Pelovanovic, the top 2 in the table, delivering an intriguing contest of their own, and it's level.
Yeah, and I think, you know, making the 1 on the side, that's obviously a big part of the break these days. But the difference we talk about with Ruiz, me and Shane were talking about it last night, that how he zigzags the cue ball below the 9 and then it kind of arcs back above. It's powerful if you're making the one in the side and you can get the cue ball back to the center. Mathematically, the center of the table gives you the most shots after the break. Now, who knows where they're going to end up, but here you can see the 2 in a great spot, but now the cue ball on the bottom of the table, so he got snookered.
The very moment Pelovanovic was breaking off, Alex Pagulayan was doing the same in rack 8 against Skylar Woodward on the other table, but he came up dry, and Woodward is now in play with a chance to make it 2 wins out of 2 so far this evening, and 3 in a row overall, and keep his chances of getting through to tomorrow very much alive.
Yeah, if he gets out there, Skylar, it's really shaping up for a huge match between him and Conrad later on.
Extension code.
Got a little out of line on the pink 4 in Skylar. Oh, nice kick shot from Pelovanovic has earned him a nice shot here on the 2 to get to the hill first. He's got a lot of work. Not an easy shot here, and he's got to get the cue ball in a decent position.
Extension code.
Once again, the unaffordable miss that's really been such a problem for him today has come to strike Pelovanovic.
Yeah, and looking back at the misses earlier and the misses in this match, they all look like fatigue to me. I mean, there's some movement going on. A lot of times when you're fatigued, you don't release the cue as well, like a, you know, and the ball doesn't turn as well with the English and so forth.
And it's all over on table 2. Skylar Woodward's dream evening continues. A 5-4 winner against Jason Shaw earlier. Now he's beaten Alex Pagulayan 5-3. And he's doing all he can get the wins he needs to be here for the last day for the 2nd year in a row. And Pagulayan has now finished all of his matches. He doesn't play again this evening. He's stuck on 14 wins. His racks difference will drop to +4. He's got to sit and watch now. This is great.
Yeah, we love it. He doesn't love it so much, but he's a little on the cooker right now, that being Alex Pagulayan. His percentages are he's okay, but we'll see. And there's certainly players that are going to try and change that for him. Speaking of that fatigue I was talking about earlier, that a couple days ago I spoke with Sanjin, and it was in the morning coming over to the arena from the hotel, and he told me he's had trouble sleeping since he's been here. He's been waking up awfully early.
What, Sanjin?
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke to him this morning actually. He said last night was the first night all week he's actually slept well.
Okay, well that's good. Same thing from SVB, by the way. I saw him this morning for breakfast and said I finally got some sleep.
So Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has not led at any stage of this match until now.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wins
on
the
the
rack.
hill at 4-3. And taking the implications now of that win for Woodward. So that gets him on to 13 now. So as it stands, he's in the top 6. With just that match against Yusishin to come, and he's just knocked the poll down into 7th place. and that will be coming up on the main table after the next match here, in which FSR plays Jason Shaw.
Brack 8, Francisco Sanchez race to break on the hill.
Sanchez Ruiz then needs to win one of the two remaining racks. Let's start that again. One of the two remaining racks to go top of the table.
Well, there you have it again, a break off with the one on the side, gathering another nice shot. The lowest remaining ball on the table, that being the blue 2 right in front of the cue ball. I think the 3 does play by the 7. 6-7, some work. And the 5 hanging doesn't do him any favors really getting great position on what would be short side on the 6 or some type of combination.
Would have been really big, you know, psychologically for Pelovanovic to win this match, and he still might. He's lost his last 2. He was humbled by Naoki Oi by 5-0 earlier this evening. If he could have won this one, beat the best player in the world, give himself still a chance of going into the last day top of the table, could have made a big difference to his state of mind, heading away from here and starting to turn his thoughts to a huge day in his career tomorrow. But like he has done to the ambitions of so many players over the last year or so, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz looks as though he's going to thwart him.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out some math myself, and just on the American side of things, definitely think that SVB is a big Oi fan in the next match coming on table 2, and I'm not sure if that is even going to help him just with his rack differential.
Well, if he could win his last 2 matches, he'd get to 13.
Yeah, but
extension
we still
code.
have
Potentially as much as plus 11. He would need Woodward to lose to Yusa Shin to overtake him. But then Yusa Shin would be on 13 wins as well. But of course, he'd still have 1 match to play, so he could lose that, and his racks differential could suffer as a result.
Yeah, I think actually he needs Scholar to win, and then Jushishin loses last 2.
But if Woodward wins, then he goes to 14. That means there are 6 players on 14 or better.
Yeah, correct.
At the best, Van Boning can get to his 13.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe that win by Scholar may have eliminated SVB.
Well, we'll go away and get the calculator out.
Francisco Sanchez.
But what we can report is that Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won the last 3 racks there to come from 3-2 down and beat Sanyan Pelovanovic 5-3. There's a new leader of the Premier League pool table, and he'll be in action again in a few minutes' time against Jason Shaw.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
On the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Seven in Leicester. Table one order of play. Yuki-Oi up to a flyer. Beating, well, the man of the last 3 days, Pilovanovic. Pilovanovic stayed on, lost to Sanchez Ruiz. So back-to-back losses. Up next, Ruiz versus Shaw. This is what's going on table two. Shaw lost the opener 5-4 to Woodward. Then Woodward won again. So let's just have a look at the league table and see where Mr. Woodward has gone. He's jumped up into 6th place with a game in hand. He's on 13 points. And I'm pleased to say Skylar Woodward is with JJ.
Well, good shooting, Skylar, in such a big moment. How'd you feel?
Felt good, you know. I've made a couple mistakes today. I broke bad in the beginning, but towards the end of the day, I've started breaking better, and I've played well my last couple matches with fewer mistakes. So feeling good.
Well, good. And they say there's no bigger match than the next one in front of you, and that's definitely rings true with you and Conrad.
Yeah, I know. Me and Conrad's both right there on the line, so it's yeah, it could come down to the one match to see who gets through to the final 6. But you know, I'm just gonna go out there and try to do the best I can, and if I win, I get through, and if I don't, you know, good luck to him. But I'm just gonna go out there and do my best.
Well, that's all you can do, and good luck.
All right, thank you.
Always good to hear from Mr. Woodward. Players are just waiting to get started. So up next, the best player in the world right now. He's playing Eagle Eye Jason Shaw. I'm just waiting for Marcel to get the game started. There we go, players will lag.
Oh, it's Jason Shaw.
Action on day 7. It's going to be tight. Woo Kun Lin is also still in the mix. He's playing 1 of 2 matches.
Like Steve first rack, Jason Shaw to break.
There's still a chance he could leapfrog Woodward. Anyway, let's sweat this match first. Shaw against FSR. FSR now made it to top of the table. Interesting match as Shaw found a real high gear the past 2 days. This morning he told us, he said, you see, I go for everything. But actually we've seen him play a real smart pool, very nicely balanced offense and defense. Just striking the ball with freedom, trusting his instinct. Now, the kick combination on the 8-ball, I don't think it's on. I wouldn't trust it. As close as the 8 and 1-ball are.
Okay, chance for Ruiz.
Yeah, open table. I said as close as they are because they were so close that even if you hit it right, there's still friction-induced throw. Ball pushed off one. It's an easy in the opening rack. Swing it back right about to where the cue ball's now. Nice and easy. Those types of shots, 30 degrees, 40 degrees on the object ball, they go in clean a lot with FSR. Impresses me. He doesn't look like a precision player. You have these players that are very static, little feathers. He makes big swings, looks very dynamic.
Yeah, he gets a lot out of the cue ball on a lot of his shots because this is why. Look at his cue action. He's got a bit of cue hanging out from his right hand, the hand where he holds the cue. He has quite a lot of cue from his bridge hand to the cue ball. He pulls the cue quite far back and he just delivers right through. Very loose, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's it. He's loose and precise. And that's why probably he's the #1 in the world.
2 more games to play. Ruiz, he's got this one, and then he will feature our last match of day 7 against Albin Ocean, defending champion. We know Albin Ocean cannot qualify, so he's out.
Ruiz to break. Waiting 1.
Ruiz sits at the top of the table. Jason Shaw, this is his last game. He's on 15 points, 1 behind Pelovanovic and 1 behind Ruiz, so this could put Jason tied on 16. Cue ball's close, stayed right. And a shot on the 2, Alex.
And a shot on the 2. This is very rare to see FSR's cue ball fall down to the short rail. So there was no zip anymore on the cue ball, no backspin. Little gesture towards Jason Shaw, acknowledging his run of the ball, having shape on the 2.
Wu Kun Ling over on the other table. He's got these 2 balls to go 2-1 up. He sits in 8th place on 12 points. Yushishin. Both got 2 games left.
Wu Kun Lin wins the rack.
And they're fairly close on racks won and lost at the minute, just 10 and 12 in that department, so they are real tight. Obviously Woodward's going to play a big part in that. This is going to get spicy, this tonight. It really is. We said that. We knew this was going to be close.
I've requested Matchroom for an open line of communication with tournament director Brendan Moore to make sure we get things right, because it's going to be very tight. I hope that Pelivanovic, with his losses in the evening session and loss of his top position in the table, doesn't lose his mojo. He's qualified in the last 6, 1 more day to play.
I actually think it's a good thing for the young man. I think it's probably the best thing that could have happened.
I agree. Don't go into day 8 on cloud 9. Little reality check. That kind of shot. Again, clean. Jason attempted a difficult, maybe not even available 1-8 combination off of the rail. Missed, and FSR ran out. And a break and run if he sinks this 9. It's a quick 2-0.
Francesco Sanchez Ruiz wants the 2nd rack.
Yeah, nice run out there from Ruiz. 2 up. Wu Kun Lin, well, he's at the table on table 2. He's involved in a big match there. He's playing the Ukioi 2-1 up.
Now Ukioi is playing 2 matches.
Extension
just as
call.
Wu Kun Lin. He's already on 14 matches. 1. He looked at my sheet when I was practicing.
Francesco Sanchez Ruiz
and
leading 2-0, Jason Shaw to break.
Good. He said, no, win 1 more. That's nice. Can't complain, Jason Shaw. I think if he runs into the 4 off of the 2, he sees just about enough of the 3 ball.
Quick rack.
Ukioi wins the rack.
And the Ukioi 2-2 over there on table 2.
Again, Jason Shaw probably didn't have that angle to go to the side pocket with the 2. Missed pot to the corner. Seen a
Extension
couple
call.
of very high standard matches by Jason Shaw today and yesterday. Slowing down somewhat. Not at the races. Tight gap here for FSR. 6 balls big, 8 balls big.
Oh, mark that one down. Mark that one down. The world #1 misses. Easy pot. Shaw's getting them quick. He's fluked it. No, he's not, but it's just come out. Thought that was going to hold up.
Maybe too much Sunday roast for dinner. It's been a long week. Right down to the business end of things. Now can he, with this slight angle, stun run through, bump that 7 out, go forward 2 rotations. See the 4. Spoke about FSR's ability to switch rhythm. He's very good at that, to manage his pace. And if he clicks into this Ferrari rhythm, it helps. Low energy. It's a very, very comfortable 3-0 lead. A missed. Oi, oi, oi! Oh, he missed a 2, and now he misses a 9. Unheard of. We haven't seen that. This is the first time I see him miss 2 shots in 1 rack throughout the whole week.
Yeah, we'll show you the 9 at some point. Can Shaw knock this long one in? This will be going in at some speed. Straight in the heart of the pocket. Well, this was the 9 from Sanchez. This was to take the opening 3. It hits the jaw. Shaw slams it home. It's 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game. Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds. The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Welcome back. This is the table as it stands. The match we're watching is between 1st and 3rd in the league table. Bit of bragging rights, extend your points. The match after this one, though, well, Conrad Yushishin will play Skylar Woodward, and just look where they are placed in the league table. That is a big, big match coming up. First of all,
Thank you.
it's a battle between the two European Mosconi Cup friends. Sanchez just missed 2 balls in that rack. Should be 3 up, could be 3 up. But he's not. He's breaking at 2-1.
Wow. I was saying wow for the quality of his break. Don't know if he sees enough of the 2-ball, and yes, he almost scratched. This is quality.
Yeah, the cue ball's on the point. He's going to have to play a push.
There's no place on the table where Shaw wouldn't have a shot at the 2, unless he's behind the 6 or the 8-ball.
Rolling onto the 5-ball, try and get it tight on that rail.
Yeah, but that would be for a kick shot.
Extension, please.
Maybe off of the 8 he could roll to the first diamond on the left where his hand was, and there. Off of the 8 or directly, not leaving a cut on the 2.
Push out called.
And then is there a clip on the 2 available, and then using the 4 as a blocker? I think there is. Not said he should play it because it's very tricky. Other than that, I don't really see a safety.
Extension, please.
Huh. He likes his banking pros. Like it. Shot.
Well, that was simply magnificent there from Jason Shaw. What a shot he's played there.
Yeah, the 2 together. An off-angle bank to set him up on the over distance on the 4.
Why would he not pull the cue back?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was a bizarre one, wasn't it? Boys on the 9-ball on the other table. Big game for Woo Kun Lin over there, because Woo Kun Lin, he's on 12 points from 22 played. 2 matches to go. For Woo Kun Lin, he's 4-2 down to Oi. Skylar Woodward will be nosing at that match.
Yeah, beautiful steal by Jason Shaw, but let's wait till he makes the 9. That was too early in the previous rack.
Jason Shaw wins the
FSR missed that ball so uncharacteristically. Very nice.
Yep, 2-2. As I said before, this is Jason's last match. If he wins, he goes to 16 points. That is the same as Pelovanovic and Ruiz. Pelovanovic is finished. He's through to tomorrow, of course. Sanchez Ruiz will have 1 more game to go. But the big moment here is the fact that Woo Kun Lin is playing on table 2. He's down 4-2. Woodward will be playing Yushishin
Jason Shaw to break
on this table next.
complicated computations to keep you up to date.
SVB's got 2 games left. He's on 11 points. He can get to 13 points. That's what Woodward is on right now. You better phone Brendan.
Yeah, so the point you were trying to make, SVB still has a chance.
Yeah, possibly. Obviously, I'm not really taking, you know, much attention to the racks one loss just yet. But he can get to 13.
Good spot, Carl.
Get your calculator out, Alex.
Good spot. Now push out by Jason.
Your choice, Francesco.
They can cut it, they can try and make it off of the rail. The thing is, and that makes things interesting with an aggressive animal as Jason Shaw, it's difficult to play against. Because you know he's going to go for shots with a high chance of making him.
Yeah, that's going to be me and you later in the snooker club. I'm going for everything tonight, Alex. You better get me on that top rail.
No, just open the balls. Let's try and have fun. We were playing ultra tight the other night.
Please play again, Jason.
Well, this is the beauty of the push out. One man comes round, doesn't nose it, doesn't fancy it.
He'll have a go. Yeah. I'd have sworn he would go for that one ball.
Fooled us. Told us he were going to attack at everything.
I like this better though, even though he didn't hook FSR on the 1.
Extension,
had a
please.
chance to at that 4 had he hit the 4 full. The 3 is hampered with the 5. Dave behind the 6-7 is not easy, can also cut it. Just cut it, see the 3, play from there. Look at what he did. Look at what he did. I like that. Thinking straight.
Extension, please.
FSR. Full cue. Easier to cover a long jump shot. Putting the cue ball thin and soft off of the 1 in between the 3 and 5 is not really on. Maybe he can kick and stick off of the back. No, that's too much distance. Did well.
Yeah, that's opened the rack up and all because he's bumped the 3 over the side pocket. This is Ukioi. 4 balls to go. All sat nice and pretty as well. That's for the point for Oi. And Wukong Lin, well, he's got 2 games left. 1 after this against SVB, last match on table 2. He's on 12 points as it stands. Looks like he's going to stay on 12 points. Well,
the 2 competitors of the next match on table 1. Oi! He missed. I was about to say the 2 competitors of table 1 next match, Woodward and Justishin, would definitely like Naoki Oi winning that match. There's a lot going on, many misses on both tables.
Yeah, he could have won. He had a great opportunity. Woo Kung Lin still alive on table 2. If you want to see how that match finishes, you can watch it on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Ruiz at the table now with a good chance. It's amazing when you get, you know, Ruiz playing Shuri, and you can see the pace has slowed down a little bit. It's not all free flowing, go for the shots. They want to beat each other, even though we've been here for 7 days. You can just tell the magnitude of this little race to 5 now. They want to get the W.
Yeah, this is how it's going to be tomorrow. From here and onwards. Nitty and gritty. Nice, fortunate double kiss on the 5. Some de-acceleration there. Can still hold it. A settle for an angle on the 6.
Yeah, they're the little things that have been going okay for Fran. Them little double kisses on the ball, still leave yourself a shot. But you got to take advantage when it's your time, you know. He's earned this time, he's earned the right for them little hits.
Everyone will get lucky. It is about what you do with it. Maximize your luck. Good speed. Stops in time. Perfect.
Francesco Sanchez Ruiz wins the break.
3-2 Ruiz. Over on table 2, well, we've just seen the Ukioi have a great chance to win the match. Wu Kunlin has broke off. This is from the break, so he does have the push out available. He's still in this match. He would win this match. He'd go to 13 points. 23 games played. He's got a game in hand left. And it's the last match on table 2 against SVB.
Rack 6, Francesco Sanchez Ruiz is leading them at 3-2 and will break.
Two balls sitting ready. Well, is it run of the ball or is it a pattern? I'd say it's a pattern. If one player looks to be getting all the luck consistently, he's doing something right. Can roll this in with drag, hold the cue ball. Soft draw. The type of shot is easier with the black shaft. Get a little more bite. Handling the pressure well. It's almost as if things click more into gear, apart from the missed 2-ball and 9-ball earlier in this match. Almost as if it fuels him. for a break and run for a 4-2 lead. Shane getting ready to break in rec 7. But he can't afford too many more mistakes. He needs to win 3 recs in a row this match against the table leader.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Seventh rack, chased
Short to break.
trailing 4-2.
Not done much wrong since it was 2-2. That's going to work out fine, it really is. Over on table 2, always had one chance to win the match. Surely he's going to get the job done now. Well, he does. He beats Woo Kun Lin 5-3. Oi has done a favour for the chasing pack because Woo Kun Lin is on 12 points and now he can only get to 13 with 1 game to go.
Yeah. So, if Conrad Justishin, who's playing Skylar Woodward after this, if he would beat Woodward, then the American, the Pole, and Woo Kun Lin from Chinese Taipei, if he wins his last match against Shane, would all be on 13. Quick break and run here by Jason Shaw.
Kan het soft there,
I'm getting closer. A race to 5, and I'm actually awaiting the next match. Woodward, Justishin. Simultaneously, SVB versus Oi on the other table.
Yeah, we could just see Shane walk into the arena when Jason was putting the 9. He's ready to play.
The 8th rack, Francesco Sanchez Ruiz is breaking on the hill, leading 4-3.
Can Ruiz get a shot on the lowest ball? He's on the hill.
Nineball traveling towards corner pocket, but the thing that is striking, the 2-ball position, often ending up in this corner. Now, I don't know if FSR is a direct path. Nope.
You don't keep getting a shot, Alex. You know that yourself. Things change. You have to stay patient in 9-ball pool. Shaw's got to sit there and just wait to see what he's faced with if he comes back to the table. Is he getting the short stick straight away? It looks like he is.
Yeah, he's getting the not so short stick. So this jump cue, this is the full version. Let's say it's approximately a 3/4 length
Extension,
cue.
please.
For this distance, if the cue ball were closer to the 3 ball, he would take the back piece off. First the aim and then the elevation. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. The table knows who's playing well. A wild cue ball he knew, and he goes around the 7. 2 more rails around the 5 and 6, and he has position.
Yeah, I mean, fair play for taking it on. It's not like the 2 ball was over the pocket. You could see the way the cue ball was moving, how much angle he had. Fortune favours the brave.
Like they say in Greece, Lady Luck only sleeps with the courageous. But then in Greek. Could have done with 1 rotation more here. This beautiful jump. One rotation more for the cue ball. This would have been easier. Had to twirl the 5 ball in with a little bit of right spin. Bank and draw or cut to the side pocket. An easy 8-9 combination with the cue ball in the right place. 10 inches to the left or right of that perfect spot, and it becomes missable. No, nigh perfect. Pick a spot through the 9 ball. For the win, FSR.
There it is, the world #1 beats Shaw by 5 racks to 3. Shaw is done for the night, he's through, we knew that. Up next, the big one, Conrad versus Skylar.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMF tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMF range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMF, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to Judgment Night here in Leicester, the Premier League pool. Two Mosconi Cup buddies have just met on the table. Both have qualified. Sanchez Ruiz sits at the top alone on 17 points. He's with Alex Laley.
FSR, great win against Jason Shaw. You're top of the table. Hey, you're playing good, very consistent, and then all of a sudden you miss a 9-ball.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing good, but I don't know what happened, but I lost like the focus for the 9-ball, yes, that's all, because I play a good position to the 8, but it's happened.
It's happened, yeah, it's been a tough week. Are you already thinking about going home, taking some time off?
Yeah, it's already 1 month outside. I was thinking, but to be honest, I want to think tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a great day, so it's going to be a tough day, so I have to do everything tomorrow.
Yeah, one more push.
Yes.
Yeah, but you confessed to me that you're already building your buffer for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if I won all my matches today, I think it's going to be easier for me for tomorrow, but you never know. Tomorrow we play like 5 matches more. Everything can happen, you know, so I have 1 more match left, so I give everything today.
Yeah. So you're qualifying for tomorrow, last 6 players, win enough matches to get to the semi-finals. What will be the 2 most important things for you tomorrow?
I mean, I want to start playing good. That's very important because it's going to be a long day.
Excuse me, to start playing good?
Yes.
You are playing good?
Yeah, I'm playing good, but tomorrow is going to be very important for me to start playing good, you know, because it's going to be a long day. So the first match is going to be so important for me. So I don't know what happened.
All right. Well, congratulations. Good job. Beautiful jump on the 2-ball. Now there's a lot going on below in the table for the players trying to survive.
Yeah.
You go and sweat that and finish your last match later tonight. Good luck.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
The smiling Spaniard. There he is. He sits at the top alone. He switched places with Perlobanovic and he's still got a game to go. 17 points. Can extend that lead by 2 if he wins his last match of the evening against Albin Ocean. However, our focus is all about the next match because 6th place 7 Skylar Woodward playing Konrad Yushishin. If Skylar Woodward wins, he makes it through.
All the best. All the best.
Yeah, great fight back in this tournament by Skylar Woodward, as he has done before. He looked down and out 2 days ago.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this. We know he had this in his locker. He's that type of player. He did it last year. Can he do it again? A win here puts him on 14 points. That's going to be good enough.
Yeah, I was in the players' lounge during a previous match that he played. It was the one against Peggy Lyon. Didn't see a lot, but I did notice he's playing hard. He's taking his time. It's obvious to see that he's really fighting to stay alive in this event. We've spoken about the break more than once. Now, it's about feel and understanding the table. But now that the pressure is kicking in hard, that also makes the execution on the break more difficult.
SVB is just starting out on table 2. It's one apiece. They've shared the opening 2 racks. SVB is on 11 points. He's got 2 games left, so unfortunately SVB needs Skylar Woodward to lose. He needs a lot to go his way.
Well, he couldn't believe earlier today when he was told that there still was an outside opportunity to actually qualify.
It's looking unlikely.
Nice resave by Woodward. May the best man win. Yeah, whoever qualifies, qualifies. But it would make things interesting if Konrad were to win this match. And then Woo Kun Lin to win his final match against SVB. Pressure. Looking at the possibility of attacking the 9 with the carom as a shot to nothing. Wasn't there. Don't know if Justishin can see enough. Yeah, he can. He's eyeing up the 2-9 combination. Led off by Woodward on that safety.
Extension, please.
Okay, here it comes. No way to build in some defense here. This is all in. No attempt.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if he could actually get through to the correct angle. It was tight. That's why Marcel Eckert was stood right over the shot. Fantastic referee is Marcel, really is.
This is not going to be played at a low speed. Make it happen. Something, somewhere. Won't complain. He likes to go for his shots, Justushin. He's got the paint off the ball. Oh, with spin. Wow. Harder to cut the ball so thin with spin. I think that's how I feel, especially on a TV table. You push the ball inward. It did go in thick. To the corner, low right, or around the 9-ball for position to the side pocket. Shot. Down run through. He would like to crawl forward with the cue ball. And the speed.
.45 matches both these players have played between them, and it's all come down to this one on day 7, the evening session.
Looking good, Justushin. With a nice pace. Job done. Takes the first rack. Must-win match for the Polish player.
Konrad Justushin wins the first rack.
SVB is tied at 2-2 against Naoki Oi. Oi sits in 4th place. It's his last match. He's on 15 points. If Oi wins that match, he'll go above Shaw. Shaw will go down to 4th.
The second rack. Konrad Justushin to break. Leading 1-0.
It's the nice thing about this tournament is that it starts slow. Like the feel in the beginning is that it's slow. But now it's getting intense very quick.
I don't want to say I told you so. Good break there from Conrad. Oh, he's going to get a shot here, Alex. He's going to get a shot. It's a little thin one. Floating it across the bed of the table. Got a hold for the 3. Could send the cue ball round, play it a bit more positive. There could be an angle there.
Well, actually, positive. In a way, you can say it's more negative because you'd only play it with speed if you choose to for more certainty on the pot.
He's playing it hard because he's aiming hard at the ball. He's trying to miss the 9 and find the gap. Oh, okay. This is interesting.
It's a nicer game if you're a good shot maker. And I can only assume. But he's one of the straight shooters in the field.
Extension,
Yeah,
please.
he needs a good shot here, doesn't he? I don't know if there's some kind of pink 4 onto the 5, make the 9. If there's not, he's got to get the cue ball back past.
Yeah. It's enough. Rather there than one rotation more and being hampered by the 6. Good job. The caroms on. Nice shot making by Justishin. Thin clip on the 2. Long, almost straight in on the 3 ball. And an early finish for a 2-rec lead in the race to 5 against Woodward. The fight to stay alive. Justishin has to win this match to have a chance for qualification. Woodward knows that a win here cements him in the last 6 remaining players tomorrow.
Third rack. Skylar will go to break, trailing 2-0.
Break is deserting him at the most crucial point of the week.
I think it can only be due to the situation, pressure. Tighter, that back arm. 2 consecutive racks that were won thanks to a thin pot to the pocket top right. Now more of the same. He needs to check his cue ball. No effort to get straighter in on the 2 ball. Just dividing the pressure over 2 shots. An open route in between the 7 and 8. Makes it look easy. And it helps in high pressure situation to pick up the pace a little bit. Don't overthink. That's the challenge of this sport. The cue ball is still, just like in golf. You have time to think. Opposed to soccer or rugby, something with a moving ball. The ball dictates the pace. Good enough. A little scared there.
Yeah, nice to watch. His Conrad just gets on with it, very easy on the eye. If you're tuning into Nineball for the first time, he's the type of guy that you would enjoy watching. Doesn't waste any time faffing around, messing about, just gets on with it. Sees the shot, pulls the trigger. Then he gets up off the shot.
Extension, please.
Then he gets up off the shot, Alex, just like that.
The commentator's cue as well.
Chokes his cue in extra time.
Yeah, that's a skill. To play in rhythm and step back when you don't trust things.
The third rack.
A swift win in rack 3. 3-zip on the board in less than 10 minutes. Commanding lead. Justishin over Woodward.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
fourth rack.
Justin cruising, I dare not say, because the pressure is high. But he's sticking to his arms. Plays with confidence. Attacks the table and is 2 racks away from a win over Woodward. And it's between these two, among others, to qualify as the last man. Could even attack a bank, cross side, position on the 3-ball. Played at the right speed. I'll take it back a little softer than the bank would have opened more. And might have made it. Difficult kick. Woodward catches a roll. Thin snip. Resave. SVB levels the score on table 2.
Yeah, playing the old containing safety there. Even if you get the hook, you know you're leaving an easy kick, but sometimes you're just forced into that type of play.
Yeah, you play a waiting shot, hoping to have a better position in the next inning. If you can't see the 2, Justin, an easy jump. Anything can happen from here. Luck, misfortune. No luck. A good shot. It is what he played.
Yeah, beautiful jump combo.
In a way, it's misfortune for Woodward that from where the cue ball was, it was a straight hit on the 2.
Yeah, I mean, it looks easy. You could see Skylar hold his hands up a little bit, but the fact that the 2-ball bounced back across table and back out just shows you how much cut the ball needed. Now he'll play the 8-ball. 4 will bounce off a little bit, stay over the pocket. Things are going nice for Conrad in a must-win match. Woodward looks like he's going to have to win the last 4 racks. He's still got to knock these in.
Could get out from here. We'll take nothing for granted.
Extension, please.
With a wooden shaft, old school pool, players would roll this with right spin. As he does here. With the black shaft, you can even play it with low. Just that bit easier. Great match by Justin. When he sinks that 9, he still needs 1 more. But thus far, very impressive.
Yep, he's on the hill. Also, on table 2, SVB is on the hill. He's 4-3 up over Oi. Malcolm Woodward pull off the great escape and win the last 5 racks. We have seen it happen.
Yeah. But let's assume Justin wins here, 5-0. That would bring Woodward's rack ratio from 9 to 4. +4. Ooh, and Yushishin would jump to 17 with 13 points. Yeah, it's difficult to protect yourself if the balls aren't dropping, but luckily a wild ball, the 4 to the side pocket. Up for a chase, Woodward to get this.
Listen, Alex, it's not a case that he's got to win the last 5. We know he's got to win the last 5. But just set yourself a target. Try and get it to 4-2. Give Conrad something to think about. Then, if it is 4-2, and a little mistake comes from Conrad to 4-3, that 4-3 scoreline is a little bit like Hill-Hill, isn't it? You feel like it's Hill-Hill.
Oh yeah, from here, what you need to play good and get lucky once in order for it to become a match again. And then forget about your problems with the break. Because that's something that could sit there. You know, if you have this monologue in your head and all pool players know it, you're trying to be positive and then this gremlin in your head goes, yeah, but you're breaking shit.
Yeah, Kioi. This is his last match of the evening. He makes it through. He stays on 15 points. SVB wins 5 racks to 3. SVB has one more game to come. He stays on that table against Wu Kun Lin. SVB is now on 12 points.
Falling short. Falling well short.
This is a little thin one into a blind pocket. It can always be tricky. And he's played it with a bit of left spin as well. 3 rails, perfect on the 9.
Beautiful sound, that stroke. High-pitched sound. All the way on the outside, struck the cue ball. Closing the gap, trying to close the gap. He needs to hope for Yushishin to come with a dry break or better even scratch. Very difficult for Woodward to stay in the game because he'll
breaking under her leading 4-1.
Go to the score on the table. He's thinking, Shane won. I'm down 4-1. What does it mean? How many points? How many racks?
Oh, he's made a wild ball, but he doesn't have a pot on the 1, so that's all Skyler can ask for off the break. Green 6 is tied up with the 8. Bit of action in rack number 6.
5 ball is big, so I don't see him
push out cold.
Kick the 1 ball here. Yeah, I like that.
Your choice, Skyler.
So he gives him thin clip. I liked it, but for the position of the 3. So Yushishin struck that 3 ball, but see where the 3 ball has ended up. Watch out. Uh-oh.
Roll stroke.
Well, at
Ball in
least, I said watch out, 2 rail shot underneath the one he risked to scratch the cue ball.
Please start the clock.
Well, at least he hasn't opened up the 6 and 8. Finally, the American Woodward with some grip on his match. Six and 8 tied up. But later, if he gets that cue ball above the 5 with an angle, he can swing the cue ball around and has a natural line to go into the 6 and 8 or try and land behind it. Approximately parallel to the long rail above the 5. The longest time that Justin has had to spend time in the chair in this match. Stay calm.
Trying to break the balls out. Is it his day? It's a good hit. It's okay. This is okay, you know.
Couldn't have asked for more. Cue ball stayed away from the rail.
It's the 6 there. It is. It is. Just needs one more good one. He'll play this with left English. Gotta come past. Avoid scratching the left centre. She has done. So from 4-0 down, Woodward wins the last 2. This match has got it all. It's now 4-2. Conrad leads Woodward. We're going to take a short break.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Skylar's obviously still in the bathroom. He took a break. SVB playing back-to-back matches on table 2. He's on the 9-ball to take the opening rack. Wu Kunlin. This is his last match. He sits on 12 points.
The 7th rack. Skylar Woodward to break.
Okay, Skylar's back. He's got the break. He's won the last 2 racks.
gonna add speed. Yeah, that's better. It's better. A little wiggle off the cue ball, just rolled over the template. But in a slightly more favorable position on the 2. Time in the chair for Justicin. Pressure is easier when you're at the table. You have your own fate in your hands. He was playing well, making balls. Life was good. He's now patiently or anxiously waiting in the chair.
Wants to land good on this ball because his next shot, he's all about getting the right angle on the purple 5, and then he can get on the 6. The 6 goes in the bottom left corner. If not, is he going to try and risk playing a bump into the 7?
No, he wants to be straight on the 5.
Yeah, just, you know, with his cue pointing there, I was wondering what he was doing. That looks a good effort, you know. It's okay.
Yeah, he's more than okay, taking time. Back in the game. That's how quick things can go in 9-ball. Just one more break for Konrad Justicin.
Race to 5s are a short match, but they do lend themselves for this little turnaround. We've seen it over the years in the Mosconi Cup. How many matches are 4-0, 4-1, and then before you know it, we're at Hill.
Look at this. He was addressing the cue ball high to take the long route. Now lower on the cue ball. He'll keep it short and more compact. Nice.
Right in the heart of the pocket. Good shot.
Keeps the match alive, Woodward. To close the gap. Chasing his Polish opponent. 4-3 the score. Justicin to break in rack 8, but he's under the gun for sure.
Yes, Alex, we said less than 10 minutes ago, all he's got to do is try and get to 3. 4-3 feels like a Hill match now. I don't believe SVB can qualify even with a win here, but maybe SVB doesn't know that, and maybe he also thinks he's doing Skylar Woodward a favour as well. Plus, he's not just going to lie down, is he? He wants to win this match. Of course he does. Conrad to break.
Is it enough? Will be difficult to get to the 3-ball all the way up north. Does it have the legs? Does it have the legs?
Uh-oh. Gotta kick this in. He has to kick this in now. Rail first. Kick the 3-ball across the top rail. It's close.
Oh.
It stayed over the hole. At least Skylar Wood was going to get a jump shot. to force a hill, a one-rack shootout. This is not easy, though.
No, well, the jump is easy. But if you hit it full, the cue ball could stop there. If you hit it thin, it's going to travel 3-4 rails. Wow.
Wow, he's got a shot, Alex. He has got a shot.
He clipped that 5-ball, slowing the cue ball down. Look at that. If it wasn't for that 5-ball, cue ball would be very close to the long rail.
What's Skylar Woodward done? What has he done here? He has pushed the 4-ball into the top jaw and it stayed over the pocket. Wow. All he can do is smile. It's not over. It's not over.
Whoa.
Has he gone behind the 6? Has he gone behind the 6? This is drama. This is incredible. Both players are laughing. They can't believe what they're doing here.
Look at Skylar. He can hardly breathe.
He's had to swerve it. This is drama. This is what can happen in the game of 9-ball. We see it in every major pool tournament we play. This is a little different because these short races, this is day 7. It's an unusual feeling for the players and it's all come down to this. Of course this was going to happen. It's in the script. What do you do here?
Well, kick a stick is guaranteed, but you don't know where the 5-ball will end up. You can bank the 5 towards the 8. Or you can cut it.
He'll cut this. He loves cutting the ball. Okay, I lied. He won't cut it. Good shot.
Nice. I like this.
Oh, beautiful. He's got to keep going. Oh. Yeah, tap at the table there. He knew that was a good shot.
Bank that 5-ball 3 rails out. Hold the cue ball behind the 8. Don't think this is as intended, but he'll take it.
5-ball is frozen to the rail.
Oh, what do you do here? What do you do?
Hit half ball, go long rail, cue ball towards the 8. I don't know. I seriously don't know. Oh, as played. This is as played. Great effort.
Yeah, the problem here is this is not what the issue was. It was the fact that Woodward had an open shot on the 4-ball, didn't he? And he missed it, and this has all been the undoing of that miss on the 4-ball. Can Conrad hold himself together? He's had a chance to win the match. This is another chance. I'd like this to fall straight so he can pull the cue ball back. Doesn't want to be shooting the 7 up the long rail past the side. Yep, so he can get the cue ball there. Look at Skylar in the background. He knows he's missed a golden opportunity to take this match. One rack. It didn't go in clean.
To cheat the pocket, to hold the cue ball. Oh. Left-hander. It's steep. He cannot reach it.
Extension, please.
Okay, with the extension. One good stroke to clinch this match.
Yeah, we have another screen in our comm box so we can actually see the overhead, and this is a lot thinner than that camera angle tells you. Yep, should still make it, which he does. You don't want to land on the top rail, so I don't know how steep this shot is, Alex. How steep is this shot? Is he okay? Can he just roll it in and miss the scratch? Yeah, we would be guessing if we tried to tell you.
We'll know when he elevates or not. Level cue.
Yep, there's the handshake. Skylar Woodward will be kicking himself. He misses the 4-ball to go hill. In the end, Konrad Jusicen with a big win, 5-3.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Range of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Skylar Woodward made a brave effort to turn around his Premier League survival prospects. And he did the same in this match against Konrad Jusicin. 4-0 down, got it back to 4-3. But Jusicin somehow managed to overcome what were clearly growing nerves and a sense of anxiety to win by 5 racks to 3. So that's how it stands at the moment. We know that all of the top 5 are guaranteed their places in tomorrow's climax of this Premier League. Jusicin, we know, will join them if he beats Albin Ocean. There is still a remote possibility that if he doesn't, he could miss out, but we'll update you on that as we go. Going on table 2 tonight, Skylar Woodward, as I was saying, really did try to turn things around. Back-to-back wins over Jason Shaw and Alex Pagulayan. Mixed fortunes then for Naoyuki Oi. Shane Van Boening was still battling to cling on to some hope of getting through when he took to the table. He won his first match and he's about to go 4-1 up in his next one against Woo Kun Lin. Still a couple of matches to go on table 1. Albin Ocean features in both of them, but we know that he's going out of the tournament and indeed will finish bottom of the table for this phase, whatever happens. So he's playing Jusicin and then he takes on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who will lead the table into the final day. Be interesting to see how Ocean approaches this. He isn't even playing for prize money because even if he wins these 2 matches, he still finishes 10th. So is it a case of he's checked out, or is it more a case, do you think, Jeremy, that he'll just freewheel a bit and perhaps produce the form that's deserted him over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's the true professional in our game, that's for sure. And, you know, he's been frustrated with his game this week. So that more than anything may lead towards some loose shots, I think. Just a little disappointed in his performance overall, not so much the situation. But from what I see, though, with Shane getting to 4-1, that means even if Woo comes back here, he can only make up 1 game on the differential, right?
Okay, so let's say best case scenario for Woo, he finishes, he wins 5-4, as you say. So he gets 9, 13 wins, racks differential plus 9. So Jusicin then, the worst case scenario for him is to lose 5-0.
Which would be a tie, right?
Yeah. So let me consult the rule book and I'll get back to you in just a moment.
Yeah, and Shane's at the table with a playable combination, not easy, and the 2's gonna get moved around quite a bit. This rack here could be kind of Woo's fate and put Conrad in a free roll position. Of course, he wants to improve, though. They still carry over into the final 6.
Yeah, so if players are level on matches won and on racks difference, it then goes to which player has won more racks in total. And the table we have in front of us here doesn't show us that. Now, obviously, we can check that out if needs be, but it could all be entirely immaterial within the next minute or so if Shane Van Boening closes it out against Woo Kun Lin. By the way, how well has Van Boening done today? He's kept up his part of the deal. Just all a bit too late.
Yeah, and I saw him at breakfast this morning, and he said the first night he really slept well, not waking up at some 3 or 4 in the morning. And he's the guy that rises early anyways, but those few extra hours sleep, if you're used to them, means a lot, especially when you're abroad. And you can see Shane essentially freeing up Conrad's left arm and taking Woo out of the event.
Yeah, Shane Van Boening has now won 5-1. Well, he knew realistically he'd have to win all 4 of his matches today, and he's actually done that. In fact, having won his last match yesterday as well, he's finished with 5 wins out of 5. So, unfortunately for him, he's become the form player of the tournament, just as it's of no use to him, and he's heading home.
Yeah, this round-robin stage will show you a lot of swings, right? But just put himself in a position, or maybe others put him in that position to where he needs something special, and he did that. But there was more to it, Michael.
The second rack come out your
session. You could see the pressure in the last match with Skylar and Conrad, you could definitely see the arm tightening a little bit, or maybe just some odd things happening trying to get across that finish line for Conrad.
I think in Conrad's case, it wasn't just the arm that was tightening, it was the face, it was the mouth, it was absolutely everything. So all credit to him that he managed to overcome all that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you know, the two tables are next to each other, and I saw him after his win. We passed in the hallway, and he said, am I in? Yeah, no, yeah. And I couldn't really give him an answer. I certainly didn't want to give him the wrong answer. So.
Well, that was Conrad you were talking to.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I was going to say about that, because he only finished the last match a few minutes ago. There's no way he's had time to establish what the situation is. And I doubt he even knows the implications of the results on the other table. So he could be out there still thinking he's playing for his place in tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at, as far as, you know, wondering if he's going to feel a little extra pressure. It'd be nice to know, right? Just to relax yourself maybe and know all you can do is improve from here. Not much jeopardy, really. He's going to go for the cross corner bank, it appears, and draw the cue ball. Yeah, nice shot. Really nice. A little surprised that Albin passed on it, to be fair.
Well, he can actually move up a place in the table, Usajan. If he wins this match, he'll be level on matches won with Alex Pagulayan on 14. Well ahead of him on the racks difference already. And who's got great memories of the final day of this tournament over the last couple of years. Won it in its inaugural year when it was still the Championship League in Milton Keynes in 2021. Returned there a little later in the year to win the World Championship. And retained it as the Premier League again in MK 13 months ago.
A little thinner than maybe he wanted to get back on the 7. I think it does pass to both pockets. You would want it in the upper right. So we'll see how much dig he can get on the cue ball here. Oh, he miscued. Came right across the ball. Nice shot there to the bare ball safety. Always difficult. Not the hit he wanted exactly. He did hold the cue ball, and the 8's going to help him a bit, covering up one of the pockets. Wonder if Albin plays a shot to where he kind of banks the 6 away and draws one rail underneath the 7-9 for the safety, putting the 6 on the bottom rail here. Looks pretty natural. Just a little draw and maybe a hair of right English. So good at the speed on these shots usually. Didn't get it to fall like he wanted the cue ball, but primarily playing the 6.
Emanation of Woodward, incidentally, means that of the 6 players who made it through to the final day last year, the first time we played this format, only Jason Shaw will be there again tomorrow.
Yeah, really nice there, and I'm not sure he was really playing it, to be honest with you. I think he probably was, but the speed never would agree to get on the 7, and the 7 being so tied up, I guess he decided to try and knock it in and then play a decent little safety here on the 7. Watch out, giving up something on the 9. He did move the 7 enough using the 8. Now, besides cutting at this, you're probably going to the top rail with a lot of right English coming in behind the 7, trying to kick and stick the cue ball. bringing the 7 back down table. There is an edge of the 7, so he can go offensive.
Attention, please.
Going at the 9? Surely not. And he was trying to kick in behind that ball.
I wonder if Ocean's attitude to the match might be affected if he knew that qualification was resolved, because you were talking about him as the ultimate pro. He might feel a certain responsibility to give his best here because he knows or thinks that 1 or 2 other players are relying on the result. But if he knows that it doesn't make any difference to qualification, that might affect his mindset a bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but his demeanor, of course, is, you know, not his best at the moment. And he'd tell you the same thing. He just doesn't feel good about his performance. But talked about it earlier today. I think that
wants the second try.
I don't know what it is about sports. You're not going to give up, and playing that spoiler role sometimes. I hate to say it's like a satisfaction, right? But it just is a part of it.
It's a bit of a strange feel about the place now, isn't it? Because we had all the excitement of the last couple of hours, and this player needs to do this, and what about the racks difference, and if this guy beats this guy, what impact does that have on the third guy? And now not only is that all over, but there's no play left on table 2, so it's just basically 2 matches now to play out this phase of the tournament in an otherwise empty arena. But let's enjoy it. It's 1-1 here. And out from his first break in the match, and the way they've fallen gives him a chance to do it again.
And knowing how all of us are sometimes, I mean, we're not going to forget matches and how the week has gone, but probably saying to himself, now I get shots on the break. But it's pretty natural.
It would be a very Albon thought to have, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a little off angle here. He's not straight enough to just simply draw back. Doesn't have a ton of angle. He's going to survey the 3 in the side, but the 4's a little covered up. A lot of times, even with a little angle, you want to stun the ball, but when the ball's so far away from the rail, not only you're not going to get a ton of movement, but it becomes a little missable if you force it. This is definitely the play. And that just shows you how our game is. It's much like, you know, what we've been watching a little bit on TV today, the golf, right? Where you have 1 week where it seems like, how can you ever miss again and or get beat again? And it could just be the next day or the next event, and the game falls off a little bit. Shows you how mental it is and how little it takes for things to change.
That's what it's like, isn't it, with all the games that are all about the mental side, pool, snooker, golf, darts, bowling, all of those.
Yeah, that's why the players warm up every day, even if they come off the best pool of their life the day before, and go out and go through the process and, you know, get the arm loose and maybe get the adrenaline going a little bit. Even more so why what FSR has done this last year, and so impressive.
Ocean wins the 3rd rack.
Albon Ocean hasn't won a match since Friday, but he might win this one. He leads 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. Meets an immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Ocean would love to finish this second phase of the Premier League and his involvement in the tournament for this year with some positives to take, but nothing for him to cling on to over the weekend. And he's leading 2-1 here against Konrad Jusicin, who has qualified for the next phase.
Yeah, these situations right here where there's, you know, we've already determined our 6. These matches are huge, though, because every round robin, it shortens, right? Only 5 matches you play tomorrow, so anything you can pick up on the rest of the field heading into that final day is huge.
Sorry to have to do this, Jeremy, but got a comment on the fact no Americans left in the tournament, and it's still an issue, isn't it? We talk a lot about the fact there's nobody coming through really at the moment. I know you've talked optimistically about a few years down the line, but nobody coming through at the moment to challenge Van Bonin and Woodward as America's big 2, and when we see that they haven't quite lived up to what might have been expected of them in this tournament, particularly Van Bonin, it just adds to those lean years that the US is having.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not something that's going to happen overnight. I don't think Shane's like in a bad spot. I really don't think Skylar is either. But, I mean, it is a topic for sure. The longer anything like that lasts, especially from a country that was very dominant, or one of the dominant countries for a long time, and really where the game came from.
A whole new generation of European players has come through and completely revamped the world order in pool. Or more so than in Poland. So many good players coming through there, and one of them is Konrad Jusicin, who for the second time has drawn level at 2-all. I don't know, but I'm guessing he would have tried to find out during the intermission there what his situation is. Surely he'll have asked somebody.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on your outlook. You know, if you haven't really looked at it all week, why would you start now? Just go ahead and go play and do your thing. And you know, maybe it's hard to get a solid answer at that point.
Well,
anyways.
Yeah, there's that as well. I mean, been upstairs and crunching the numbers for hours and hours and getting a bit of clarity has been difficult for everyone. But I guess in this instance, it is a bit different because you know, if he knew he was through, it might free him up a bit. But then again, equally so, he might lose a bit of intensity. So perhaps he'd be better off not knowing. Get a nice surprise after, either way.
Yeah, similar to, I think it was Earl and I talking about this format and different things. It's like golf, right? You just play your ball until it comes down to the end. And then you start to pay attention to the person in front of you or whoever's affecting your outcome. Only problem in pool is you have an opponent every match, and one of the best in the world here at the Premier League pool. He's trying to catch the 8 with the cue ball to hold for the 3, or I suspect so anyways. we've seen some clusters this week, and we haven't seen them in a few days. It seems like it, not like a table like this, the 7-9 and now the 4-8 a mess.
And just to go back to the whole issue of Usagen and whether or not he knows his situation and questions of motivation, if you're not aware of the format, we should point out that all wins do carry forward, and so winning or losing this match could have a significant impact on his chances of getting through to the semi-finals tomorrow. 6 players will be back here. They'll play each other in a round-robin stage. As I say, all the wins carry forward, and when the wins from the 2 phases up until now and the one tomorrow are added up, the top 4 go through to the semi-finals, and then it's straight knockout. We move up to race to 7 at that stage.
He's going to look at maybe a 3-rail kick behind the 4, trying to slide down the rail, maybe near the 7-9. He could go 2 rails softly at the 4. A little danger of fouling that way. I don't think he's going to foul with the 3-rail kick. So we'll definitely know what he's attempting according to the speed. And that's the smart way to play it. I mean, with the 7-9 difficult, not saying it's not doable, but take your chances making sure you get the contact on the pink and the rail after. This is a little odd. He's kind of got a little more angle than it looked like at first, and may have to elevate the cue a little bit.
Extension called.
Thing is here, don't try to get so much out of the cue ball. Nothing wrong with the 5 in the lower left corner. A little bit of a short stroke there. And you could tell he was a little uncomfortable at all times with that shot. Now Albin probably plays for the 7 in the side. It does pass the 8, I believe. Just took a look at that.
Looking at Usagen in his chair and body language, he looks to me like a player who still thinks he might need to win this. But we're just speculating, I guess, at this stage. I'll ask him afterwards if he knew what the situation was. Unbelievable to think Ocean has lost every match in this phase. 4 defeats yesterday, 3 today, 7 losses in a row. You would never associate that with someone of his class.
And he's overran the mark a little bit here, so delicate shot into the side, and yeah, you're not going to see that again from Albin Ocean. As far as losing all those matches.
So the pattern continues, and for the 3rd time in this contest, Ocean is going to be a rack ahead. It's now 3-2. So who are you liking for tomorrow, JJ? We've seen so much of these players over the last week. Who's your pick to win this?
Well, I kind of feel like it's going to come down to Ruiz, which is, I wouldn't say a no-brainer, but not genius pick for me. And I like Shaw. Like Jason, I think he had that win at the International, of course, which he seems to own the East Coast of America, or at least he's always in the mix with it.
Leading 3-2, coming to session to break.
Just kind of like the way he's hitting the ball. He's thinking well, and he always seems to figure out the break. All right, a try break. I don't think the 157 Maybe it's playable. It's very, very close. Depends on the space between the 1 and 5. Maybe he can cut the 1 back onto the 5. That's a pretty big pocket. The way the 7 lays, you can hit it a number of ways and make it. I wouldn't doubt he goes for this. It's the type of shot you want to put a lot of speed on, especially if you have to cut the 1 much. Now, if you don't have to cut the 1 much, that's a different story. And the reason why you want to put so much speed, Michael, is you don't want the ball to throw. You know, the 1's going to be cut back, and it kind of makes the purple want to go towards the end rail, especially the lighter you hit it. Now you had a lot of space between the 2 balls, and that was a hard ball to miss. Actually hit the 5 a little too perfect to the pocket. If he catches a little more rail or a little wider onto the 7, he's still at the table.
Extension called.
I'm not 100% he can get by the 3, but I guess he can because he's trying to go 1 rail into the 2. And I believe he overcut that. And a lot of times when you're worried about the path of the cue ball, your tendency on a miss is where it helps the cue ball. I think Albin's just got to play from underneath the 2 here. The 3's near, so all speed control.
I was saying earlier, Ocean hasn't won a match in this phase of the tournament. He wins this rack. It'll be the first time he's even been to the hill in any of those matches.
And if I remember correctly, earlier in the week, Albin did mention that he is also going to take a little bit of a break after this event. Much needed.
Well, he doesn't seem to play many small events nowadays, Ocean. He tends to focus on tournaments like this, so this will be a good time to do that. So many matchroom events coming up over the summer. World Masters, World Cup of Pool, European Open. And there's going to be a new Open ranking event, details of that to be confirmed in the coming days. Of course, leads into the autumn one. You've still got obviously the US Open, the new tournament in the Far East, or the newly revamped tournament out there anyway, and of course just before Christmas, the Moscone. Do you know the table from the last Moscone in London is here in Leicester? It's in a club up the road from us.
Oh, wow. Did not know that. I know there's 3 clubs here near.
Apparently it's 4. I heard about another one today.
Yeah,
all within walking distance of
I
us.
was wondering how many they have in the city itself. I never realized Leicester was as big as it is.
And it's a massive Q Sports hotbed. 5 players on the professional snooker tour, led by 4 times world champion Mark Selby. But it's the 2 times world champion of Nineball, Albin Ocean, who's first to the hill.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Ocean has played 7 matches in Phase 2 of the Premier League over this weekend. He hasn't won any of them. He hasn't even been this close. He leads 4-2.
He's going to get another nice shot on the 2. And we're all going to learn something, how to get position on this 3 ball. Not saying it's super difficult, but a lot of balls in the way. Not much angle. Got to feel like he's going to attempt something here, though. Well, he'd really have to power up and hit the pocket pretty purely not to miss this ball if he's trying to go to the side rail and then stun down. There's really no great path besides powering up, hitting about the first diamond past the side and just sliding across. Yeah, the timing was off there. He didn't have his paws at the cue ball like normal, and of course needing power, it's easy to get a little quick.
Shin is 29 years of age. He's been around for some time. Those players who made his name on the Euro Tour. The high point of last year was getting to the quarterfinals of big matchroom event, the inaugural European Open in Fulda in Germany. He was the man who ended the run of Khalid Al Ghamdi. He then beat John Morra. He was eventually beaten in the last 8 by the man who went on to win the tournament, a man by the name of Albin Ocean.
Well, I think it was about Fulda where I really started to see his game improve a little bit as well. It may be more consistent from match to match is more than anything. Oh, big miss there. But then he had a good U.S. Open. Didn't have the World Tournament this year I thought he was going to have. I thought he was going to be the top Polish player. That was my pick out of the host country.
The Polish contingent overall were probably disappointed that they didn't put in more of a good showing there when the championship was staged in their country for the first time.
Yeah, it sure was nice to see the fans really root their players on, though, and all the players for that matter. A little 9-ball action here, maybe. See a draw stroke on the 5, and does seem like Conrad's stressing just a little bit still, but I mean, I understand it. He wants to play good pool going into the final stage and accumulate as many points as possible.
Think about it, he could win the tournament tomorrow, and what a leap forward that would be in his career to win an event with so many quality players in it. Albin Ocean got as much quality as just about anyone. He hasn't been able to produce it here. Seems a long time now since he started this tournament by winning all of his first 4 matches never really looked himself after that. Finally, though, at the 8th attempt, Albin Ocean has won a match in stage 2. He wins by 5 racks to 2. We'll see Konrad Jusicin again tomorrow. We'll see Ocean again in a few minutes' time as he takes on the tournament leader, the world champion, the world #1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
And so just one more match to play in phase 2 of the Premier League. We've long since established which 6 players will be around for the conclusion tomorrow. But there's still something to play for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. We know he'll go into the last day in first place, but of course every win counts. He can be too clear of everybody else starting out on Monday if he wins this one against Albin Ocean. Ocean, who, as you may have seen just a few minutes ago, has finally got his first win in phase 2 after 7 straight defeats. He beat Konrad Jusicin 5-2. But he already knew going into that would finish last of the 10 players who made it through to this stage, even if he won the last 2 matches. If you're going to sign off, I guess beating the world champion is as good a way as any to do that. So that's the incentive perhaps for Ocean. FSR playing to put himself in the strongest possible position going into the final day, and he starts us off.
Yeah, it's something we've seen quite often from Ruiz. The one in the side and a shot on the next ball, which is the blue 2. The 8's gotten in a funny position, it appears, so got some work in this rack. Elevated over the 9. I don't know if he digs on the cue ball here. Going forward on this type of shot is a little dangerous. Any miss hit on the cue ball because you're elevated going forward could cause a miss, or even actually following the cue ball in behind the 2. So I wonder if he just keeps it simple here, or if he's going to try and power up, maybe cheat the pocket a little bit. Yeah, nice shot. Not going to really improve the angle on the 3, excuse me, but getting closer to the 3 makes short side on the 4 much more playable. Got to slow down a little bit. It's going to get a little straight. The good thing in this position is understanding that the 5 and the 6 are near each other, so he can play a little more simply, knowing he doesn't have to do a ton to get from the 5 to the 6. 7's in a good position to come a couple rails to get to the backside of the 8. Now, this is the thing. He's a little thinner on the 7. We'll see where he gets, but if he can get a little thinner, he may come some 4 rails to the back of the 8. Otherwise, he'll pull at 2 rails. Only reason you might play 4 if you get thinner is that way you're going towards the 8 when you come off the 4th rail instead of away from it. Now there, the 7 didn't sit to do so, but in a pretty good position. Most of the players like to put a little speed on this down the rail.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz
And a very swift break and run gives FSR a 1-0 lead over Albin Ocean in this concluding match of the phase. So Sanchez Ruiz top with 17 wins so far. He had 10 going into this phase, so he's won 7 of the 8 he's played over the weekend. Whatever happens in this match, he'll have the best record of anyone from this phase of the tournament. Certainly looks in a hurry to get on with it. Be signing off, heading out of here tomorrow.
Also awkward cueing. Did make the 1 in the side. 2 ball. I believe the 8's in the way of the cross side bank. And it appears so. So probably some type of safety where he cuts the 2 up in between the 3-7 and brings the cue ball back behind the 6-9. Looks like it lays fairly natural to do so. You could even cut the 2 to where it hits before the side and goes into the 7. Just trying to drift the cue ball. The cueing is the hardest part of this shot. Albin may see something that's a little better. When I'm cueing awkwardly, though, I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. No side spin involved, anything like that. Didn't like it as much, so he played a really nice shot here. I've left a sliver of the blue too. The way he's looking at it, he can definitely get to it. Just a matter of how he wants to attack it. Looks like he can get at all of it. Kind of cueing down on the cue ball. Sending the two some 2 rails maybe around the 7-3, below the 6-9. He had to kind of spin it with left English to get around a little bit of the pink 4.
Extension called.
Beautiful stroke there, and I don't think he had an entire pocket. If you saw the 2, it hit a little bit on the right side. Wonder, what's the benefit for Albin, of course, in this match. And anytime you get to play someone who's done so well as Ruiz, I mean, Albin's not going to look at it like, I need to beat this guy some matches. I need to maybe get something in his head. It's not really like that, but just kind of don't know that it's the benefit to beat him really without, being so conscious of it. Of course, working on the break shot at all times.
Ocean has already beaten Sanchez Ruiz in this tournament, 5-4 when they met in the first phase of it.
And making one heck of an out here.
And that's 1-all. The prize money for Ocean isn't going to be affected at all by the outcome of this match. He will finish in 10th place, so that's $4,500. Anyone who has made it into the final 6 for tomorrow is guaranteed a minimum of $6,250, and then it moves up, because that's the money for whoever finishes last of the 6 tomorrow. If you get 5th place and just miss out on the semis, that's $7,000. Beaten semi-finalists, $8,000. $12,500 for the runner-up, and the winner gets $20,000. Pretty decent money for a week's work, but of course, we've got much bigger prizes later in the year. Some of these big open events starting around $30,000 and working their way up to $60,000 for the very biggest. And so many of those tournaments now, it can really add up. Sanchez Ruiz won over $250,000 last year.
Yeah, a little different with the cue ball there. Still great results, and he's made 3 and another great shot on the 2. Real natural to get around to the pink 4. I don't think the 5's really an issue. It plays in the side, so should be another break and run. We'll see. And I'll tell you, if I was playing in this event, and seeing how it is, you know, a little different and special in its own way. And I would love the breakdown of the money, because it doesn't take much in this event and these races to fives. You play so many matches, the round robin, you know, the rack differential comes into play, that it doesn't take a whole lot to separate, you know, 10th and 6th, right? So not huge gaps and not too top heavy. I like how they broke down the money this week. Overran his mark a little bit here, so he's going to probably draw the cue ball to the side rail. He may float this with inside, knowing the 7's pretty handy. He doesn't need to be perfect on the 5 and the side. He likes the draw stroke anyway. And you'll notice a lot of 9 balls that a lot of players hit top English or stun the ball 2 rails out, which is very common. You'll see Ruiz, he'll dig on the cue ball and draw it a lot, which I kind of do that in a certain amount of shots, but he does it primarily on the 9 ball.
As he did from his only previous break in this match, it looks as though Sanchez Ruiz is going to run out from it.
See a bit of a smile there. No, he didn't hit the 8 perfect, but it did fall.
As a result of that, Sanchez Ruiz leads Alban Ocean by 2 racks to 1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
On the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is through to the last day of Premier League. He'll go through in first place. Alban Ocean is heading out, but he's given his best here this evening. He trails, though, 2-1.
Yeah, nice break off there. The cue ball got kissed up table, did come back down, but does have a cuttable ball. That's kind of extreme, but maybe a long rail bank if he wants to go offensive. He's looking at cutting it. All these thin cuts remind me of Mika Immonen back in the day, how great he was. Even at shots much thinner than this and further away.
Earned 50 recently, Mika. Made a bit of an impact at the World Championship again.
I think he's still got the skills to win, really, but I think for Mika, really just, you know, he was so good in his prime, he didn't need any assistance, you know, but sometimes as You get older and you're dealing with a bit of a stiffer competition when it comes to the quantity of great players. I think if he got with someone that he trusted, just thought about a few things, I think he would shore up a few things and maybe even threaten another big title.
He doesn't want the latter years of his career to be remembered for solely as that capitulation against Van Bonen at the World Championship last year.
Yeah, I think that'll be much more remembered about Shane.
Sure, yeah, especially as he went on to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice there.
One of the best players in the world in recent years. World champion in 2016. Been runner-up 2 years previously. Then champion for a second time in 2021. And when he went to Milton Keynes again to defend the title last year, he almost managed it. It was pretty close going in the final against Shane Van Bonen before SVB really started to pull away and ended up winning by quite a big margin in the end. Even by getting that far, Ocean had become the first player ever to reach the World Championship final 4 times. A great Mosconi Cup record. Won this tournament for the last 2 years. European Open champion last year on his 32nd birthday. Twice winner of the World Cup with Austria.
I was thinking about that earlier. They're always in a dilemma every year, it seems now. Alvin's going to be there. You would figure that for sure, but Mario, he and Lechner, it's a tough decision.
Had all the success with Mario He. Lechner, as you say, making his claim these days. Will be keenly contested again, especially after He having such a good run in Poland. So once again, it's level here at 2 each. Looking at it from the point of view of Sanchez Ruiz, when you go back to last year, 4th place, which is what they'll all be aiming for tomorrow as a minimum to get through to the semi-finals, was a total of 17 wins. That was Jason Shaw. But of course, Skylar Woodward and Alexander Kazakis were both on 17 as well. So I guess the aim for tomorrow has got to be to get to 18, and then you would probably get in. Well, if Sanchez Ruiz wins this match, he's already on 18. And another good indicator is that would be 4 wins clear of Alex Pagulayan, who's in 5th place, just outside the semi-final qualifying spot. So really, if he wins this match, it's almost impossible to imagine him not being in the semis.
Yeah, Conrad with 13 in that 6th position, so the best he could do is tie Ruiz if some crazy things happen, and you never know. It is 9-ball. This 2 goes up in the corner. I think he's a favorite to make it if he wanted to shoot at it and swing the cue ball. He's going to play it off the edge, maybe trying to get behind the 9, but I wonder if he's considered it at all with a low left English. It's not that difficult of a shot. He's certainly in his arsenal. When you have plenty of angle, you don't have to hit it very hard to move the cue ball 3 rails, which kind of makes the pocket a little bigger. But I'm going to stick to the percentage play. I would doubt he jumps this. I mean, this is you can't get shape either. When you're so close to the ball, you're not going to get much pace once it arrives to the 2, and cue ball's just going to go forward a bit. Now, the only reason I think he may jump it is just because he figures it's a tough hit to kick at the ball. But
Gentleman just to the left of Albin Ocean there is Taka Wu, game's leading photographer who travels to all the big events. Pretty much the friendliest person you could ever meet.
he hit it better than I thought. He kind of landed on it off what looked like the second bounce. Gonna surrender a shot. A heck of an effort. Actually drew the cue ball a little bit. Pretty impressive. Too happy with that. You could hear a little disgust right after he pulled the trigger and got way thin on this ball. May end up taking it
extension, please,
to the opposite pocket that he originally intended. Going 3 rails inside the pocket and the 6 with the cue ball. Oh, bumped it. Nice shot. Didn't realize he could get that much on it. A little bit of a blind pocket to the middle here. Left middle. Are you thinking of something else? Oh, he's going to play the safety behind the 8. That's a little surprising. Not surprising he got the snooker, but it was a pretty playable shot in the side, and now Albin's got a chance to maybe steal this game.
So it seems the trading of racks 1 for 1 is going to be maintained. Nine disappears. Sanchez Ruiz will take a 1 rack lead for the 3rd time in the match. Albin Ocean 3-2. Long day coming up tomorrow. All of these players will play 5 matches in the round robin stage, and then semi-finals and final will both be played tomorrow night, race to 7. So whoever wins this will have played 7 matches in the course of the day.
Rack 6, Abunusha the break, trailing 3-2.
Very quick maths. He could play as many as 71 racks of pool tomorrow.
Oh, a day's work, Michael. Oh, golden break.
Hey. Well, he hasn't had many great memories to take away from this week, but that'll be a special moment for him. Albin Ocean with a golden break. That's got to be worth another look. And they're still trading them 1 at a time. It's 3-all.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. To win rounds. The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Well, at least Alban Ocean has got one truly golden moment to take away from what's been a fairly wretched weekend for him in Leicester. And he enjoyed the little celebration there and raised a smile. So with that, he's levelled with Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at 3-all. FSR is through in first place. Ocean is going out. We're heading towards the finish of this last match of Phase 2.
Oh, that's more of the break-off we're used to seeing with the cue ball there from Francisco. And again, he dresses up nicely near the 2. I think the 3 does pass. The 4 does go by the 5 as well. He's got to make a nice little shot here because he's going towards the 4-5 with the cue ball. I think he can spin out with a little inside English around, maybe around the 8, maybe between the, yeah, around the 8, I guess. Low right English. He caught the 5. He's going to need some help. He's not going to get it. So I think a little lack of draw there, maybe a lack of inside as well. No jump cue here, Michael. This is the type of kick also that you want to keep accuracy with the kick shot.
Extension, please.
And with the 7 there, I think if he goes 1 rail, the lighter kick is the play to me. That way you can keep accuracy on the kick first off, and you have a chance to make it while maybe moving the 3 behind the 7. He's really good with the kicking at the ball. Now he may go 3 rails behind it, wrapping the cue ball 2 rails around the corner behind the 7. We'll see. I think that's what he's doing. That'll have more speed. Like that. Oh, he may have made it. Wow. Should come 1 rail between the 8 and 9 here. Minimal cue ball travel.
Alban Ocean ranked number 4 in the world, and on the basis of results and tournament wins over the last few years, you could say there is a sort of big 4 who are maybe just a cut above the rest. Think of him, Filler, Van Bonin, and obviously Sanchez Ruiz. They're the ones who've been winning the very biggest tournaments in the game in recent times. Jockeying to be the best of the best, and that number 1 position is going to mean a huge amount come the end of this year, because at that stage we'll have a full 2 years to base the rankings on. Alban Ocean has never led in this match until now.
Wins the break.
First to the hill at 4-3. We're just talking about tomorrow and what a long day it's going to be. I can tell you first up on table 1 will be Jason Shaw and Konrad Jusicin. Proceedings will be opened on 2 by Noyuki Oi's match against Sanyan Pelovanovic. Didn't have a great second phase, certainly not in comparison to the first, where he won 13 of his 15 matches. Only 3 more wins to add to that over the weekend.
From the hill, leading 4-3. And
still going to go into the last day in second place. Alban Ocean breaking at 4-3.
Yeah, first dry break of the match. Very untimely for Alban.
Of course, that will be his last break of the tournament.
All right, in prime position here, just to draw the cue ball between the 6-8 to the center of the table. Trying to hold as much angle as he can on the 3 to get easily back for the 4. And one thing you can take away from FSR, if you're any kind of pool player, is he really never gives in on the stroke. I mean, occasionally you might have a decel, I guess, just because it happens to everyone. But he never really kind of guides the stroke or anything like that. He really commits through impact. And like another player that is across the pond right now doing so much damage, Fedor Gorst, I see him do the same thing. And he's going to be back on the scene before you know it. It may be more of a big 5 when he's back around.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only reason he's not in that bracket at the moment, because with various travel issues and obviously the implications of nationality with what's going on in the world at the moment. Unfortunately, we're not seeing him participating in many of the biggest events, but we really want him back because, as you say, he is ripping it up over there in the States.
Yeah, and if you ask any of the players, they're going to say the same thing. I believe he is slated for the Whirlpool Masters. We'll see how everything works out. But if you're, a tier 2, whatever you want to call it, tier 3 player, the guys behind those 4 or 5 players, you got to really kind of revel in what's going on and what you're able to learn and pick up from these guys.
Sanchez Ruiz was at best in tier 2 about a year ago, and look where he is now. Well, this match always had the feel of a contest which was going to go the distance, and just as they did in the first phase of the tournament, they are going to have a hill-hill finish.
Thanks, guys. The final rack.
Sort of has a feel of the calm before the storm, doesn't it? Because we know tomorrow is going to be a really memorable day. And just these last couple of matches tonight, it's felt like we're just playing it out, getting this finished, and then all thoughts will turn to what should be a magic Monday in Leicester.
And the 2's roaming near the cue ball again, and he's going to get another great shot. Natural angle to come across, and pretty impossible to make the 2 behind the 8 the way it sits. So what he's done so much, he may finish off this phase 2 with a break and run. Looking at the way things have unfolded, and we all hope that Sanjin kind of gets back to where he started and the way he played to win so many matches. But besides FSR will, if he gets out here, have a two-win match lead against everyone else. But I think it's up for grabs, that semifinal, that final 4 for the semis.
That's a very famous phrase in sports commentary here in England. Jeremy, you won't be aware of that, but a really dramatic finish to the Football League Championship back in 1989. The commentator famously said, "It's up for grabs now," as Arsenal won the title in stoppage time in the last match of the season.
I figured it had something to do with Arsenal, Michael. Big fan.
No idea what you're talking about. One of those phrases that's gone down in English sporting legend. Summed up the moment perfectly.
Yeah, what he's looking at here is a heavy stun gets him over a bit more, but it's a little tricky with the 9. He could go with a high English, but what he's worried about is contact on the 7 now and how he's going to play off the 7, because I don't think he can avoid it. Maybe with a little inside spin he can avoid it and just take a long shot on the 5 with the 6 over the side. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Another piece of his game that has really done him a lot of favors is willing to work a little bit more through the rack rather than trying to overcome something through the rack.
Well, what an achievement to come into this second phase against players of this class and win 8 out of 9 matches. We mentioned Arsenal a moment ago, and like them, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is on top of the Premier League tonight. And he's a very worthy favourite for the title tomorrow. But so many other players will feel they can deny him. 6 players from 6 different countries. We say goodbye to Alban Ocean.
Back in the match.
He'll have better days ahead.
Thanks, guys.
He had a golden break in this match, but he's signed off with a 5-4 defeat to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who leads by 2 at the top of the table overnight. And really, Jeremy, is it a stage now where we can say if he keeps playing like this, nobody can really beat him? Are the rest of the fields needing a bit of a dip in form from him to have a chance of winning this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we've seen runs like this. Shane Van Boening had a run like this for a long time, and but it's far and few between. I mean, the players is going to keep him more motivated, and they got to get better at the break, though, because he's got it down.
Well, as I've said, 6 players from 6 different countries: Spain, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Scotland, Japan, Canada and Poland, and they will be contesting it tomorrow. Yusichin down there, bottom of the table at the moment going into the last day, but he's only 2 behind Oy in 4th place. So really, so much is going to change throughout tomorrow. Remember, they'll all play each other. All those wins will carry forward, and then the top 4 will go through. And as if FSR isn't in a strong enough position, look how far ahead he is of everyone else on the racks difference as well. He's plus 40. The best of the rest is plus 25. And so that is what we have to look forward to on table 2 tomorrow. As I was saying, we start with 2 in a row from Oy against Pelovanovic and then Sanchez Ruiz. In fact, it's 3 in a row because he stays on then to play Alex Pagulayan, who in turn will then face Jason Shaw. And on table 1, it will be Shaw starting things against Yusichin, who then stays on to play Alex Pagulayan. FSR against Jason Shaw. Both of those players in the top 3 going into the final day. Pelovanovic is between them in 2nd place, and he will round out the session with 2 in a row, the second of which will be against Sanchez Ruiz. Well, we had a lot of drama earlier in the evening. It all fizzled out a little bit, but we still saw a couple of entertaining contests to finish. And it's all closed out for the day with Francisco Sanchez Ruiz leading the way. He will battle it out with Sanyan Pelovanovic, Jason Shaw, Naoki Oy, Alex Pagulayan and Konrad Yusichin to see who will replace Alban Ocean as the Premier League champion. Don't miss it tomorrow. Good night.